All right, all right. Welcome everybody. This is DM Drake. This is a Copper Jackals minting session. First one that I'm going to try to DM. It's also going to be the first one to my channel. If you go on YouTube, do DM Drake. I got 3 players here. I'm trying to get minted for the Copper Jackals group. We're going to start with Daniel first. Just tell us a little bit about your character and who you are.
Daniel. I also go by Robert. Human sorcerer named God Hudson. That's about it.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm John, or the Faulty GM on my channel. Out of character. I do a lot of cool game stuff over there. But I am playing Morgan Ironstone today, a human war cleric who does not heal. He's pretty much considers himself to be the spearhead of I'm trying to remember what god I mean, oh, Helm. That was the god. He is the spearhead of Helm. He is out to punish people, and that is it.
All right, Bill, go ahead.
My name's Bill Fortney, Bill Fortney Jr. on Facebook.com if you're looking for me there. I have my own webpage called Freelix.com, and I am currently running a YouTube channel under the name Freelix as well. And my character is the half-orc ranger by the name of Raxok, and he is a dual-wielding ranger, and let's just say he has issues. We'll get more into that during gameplay, I'm sure.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we will begin. This will take place in the city of Copperfell. This is on the northernmost continent in the realm that we play in here with the Copper Jackals, Arthenvale. Copperfell is a mining city. It's a giant city, about 10,000 people. More than half is made up of dwarfs and gnomes, but you also have a little bit of every kind of race and thing that you could think of that would really not kill each other if they're in the same place. You'll find half-orcs, you'll find even some dragonborn, elves, humans, and a whole bunch of goblins. The city is set up in 2 tiers. You have the bottom tier, which is all your craftsmen and your living quarters and your guilds and basically all the peasants, all the blue collars. Slightly above it, you have to go through a large gate that is walled off. That's where all the nobles live, and this is a much nicer area. It's it's not dirt, and it's not it's just a lot more pristine. It's where the money lives. It's basically the equivalent of like a Beverly Hills. The city is built into the side of a mountain, and the mining is outside. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to mute Joe. All right. There we go. So you guys, as new initiates for the Copper Jackals, have been basically assigned to this city. The Lord of this city, his name is Lord Reginald Carnier. C-A-R-N-I-E-R. Okay, he is the main benefactor for this city. He is the one who runs this place. He also runs the largest mining group in this city, the Carnier Copper Company. He does have some rivals, but he does about 80% of the business here. So he is definitely the head man in charge. You guys have been called to him to investigate something, and you haven't really been given much information except you are to report to his estate at the top of the city as quickly as possible. And where you all are now is going to be in the central part of the city, what you would consider the market, in a tavern known as the Groggy Goat. It's called this because there is a very large stuffed goat over the barkeep's head. Lots of people have lots of stories as to why that happened and why it's named that. the barkeeper, the story just tends to get a little bit more fantastic every time you hear it. So you have all been summoned through a messenger to follow him up to the estate of the city lord. Excuse me. Now, as all of you are going up through it, you are going through what you would consider the slums, through the goblin slums. The goblins have kind of taken their little corner of this city. There's not a lot of organization. There's not a lot of structure in the goblin ward, is what they call it. Trash everywhere. It smells. Stuff is dumped everywhere. But you walk through each race's little nook. You're going to have a lot more structure and 90-degree angles in the dwarf ward. The dwarves share that with the gnomes. Obviously, being miners, those are going to be the most prevalent races here. However, the leadership tends to be human. It's kind of an odd thing, but the dwarves, gnomes, and goblins tend to be the workers. The humans tend to run the show. So you're walking up through there, and you come to a giant gate, probably 12 to 13 feet high. It's the equivalent to a castle wall. It's basically a castle within a castle. The messenger that is with you walks up to the two guards that are guarding the gate, just says something very quickly to them. The gate opens. You guys walk through. It's probably about noon in the day. There's significantly less people walking around in the noble quarter. You have the manicured landscapes and the bushes and the ponds and very well-dressed people walking around. You notice that the houses seem 3 or 4 times the size of the dwellings down in the lower tier. And you see in the center of the noble area is a giant home, built of stone and shimmering with this orange copper everywhere, with the symbol CCC, the Carnier Copper Company, all over everything. It definitely is where you need to be. Excuse me. The messenger asks you all to wait at the front door, and he walks around back. Now at this point, none of you have really met. You know that you're here for a purpose, but you don't know why. You know that you've been called here to help the Copper Jackals, to prove yourself. Each of you has been given a chunk or a piece of ore, of copper ore. It's in its raw form. It's not smelted down. It's not shiny. It's just a piece of ore. At all times, you know that this has to be kept with you, no matter what. To lose that means to lose your initiation into the Copper Jackals. Okay? And and as you walked into this giant oak door, it opens, and you see what would be the equivalent of a butler. He introduces himself as Mr. Cade, C-A-D-E, and he asked you to follow him to meet his lord. Now, this is, as I said, an extremely large house. It has the best of everything. There was no expense spared in what is inside. The furs and the leathers and the gold and the silver and obviously copper everywhere. And you are asked to sit in what you can only think of as a study or a waiting area for the Lord. And Mr. Cade allows you to sit down. There are several areas of seating, and said if you could give them 10 or 15 minutes, that they would be right with you. Now, this whole time, you see a lot of bustling and servants and guards throughout the house. They have, it almost seems like you kind of stepped on an anthill. There's a lot going on. This isn't a normal tempo for this place. So yeah, you guys, he closes the door behind him, and you guys are in what you think is the study of the Lord of this city. What would you like to do? Hey, Joe. I can't understand a word you're saying, my friend. So we'll just wait on Joe for just a second. No, sir. You sound like you're hopped up on helium, bro. Yay for technical difficulties. All right. Would the you three like to do anything while you're waiting?
And we're in this guy's like office pretty much.
Yeah, it would be the equivalent of like a study, like a waiting area, something along those lines.
All right.
But
So,
just wall-to-wall books. Everywhere.
Oh, well.
There it
So
is.
I think what Morgan would be very interested in is you said that there was a lot of motion going on in here, like a lot of like a lot more people than there should be, like moving about.
Not in the room that you're in, but as you were walking through the house, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if there's nobody actually in here, then he would just wait patiently.
Okay.
Raxock's probably not going to sit down. He'll find a area of the room where he can stand and keep an eye on the doors and the movements of the people in the hallway. He's not. I won't call him uncomfortable in this setting, but being a ranger and being more of an outdoorsy type, he's obviously keeping his eye on things that are going on around him.
Okay. What about you, Dan? Are you just hanging out?
Godfrey would just be taken aback because he's used to like living in a one-room, one-story house. He's just stuck in a maze.
Okay. What about you, Joe? Let's see if your mic's fixed, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, I just exited and came back. So Maltese is gonna first test the door, see if it's actually locked. If it is, he's going to examine the room and walk along the outside, seeing if there's any secrets or any interesting things that he should know about the person's reading habits.
Now, are you going to try to open the door, or are you just going to check see if it's locked?
Just check, see if it's locked.
Okay. The door is not locked. You guys are not stuck in there, but you do hear quite a bit of ruckus and moving, and even a little bit of raised voices right outside. But no, the door is certainly not locked.
Is there a way that I could listen to the voices?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. You hear them talking about last night. You hear that things like, that was horrible, I can't believe, what are we going to do? What is the Lord going to do? How are we going to fix this? Just people really concerned, really worried, and really kind of scared that whatever happened, that they're not going to figure it out. But no one talks about specific stuff.
Okay. Do I see anything when I examine the room?
No, it's just a study. There's your desk and a couple of places to sit. There's really nothing that you really of consequence. It's just a waiting room. Somebody wants to read, you can read. Excuse me. If you don't, hold on 1 second for me, guys.
Do you have anything that absolutely has to be watched tonight?
No. And so yeah, and just as you finish checking out the door, Joe, you have a man walk in fully armored. He has a long sword at his hilt, at his belt. He's obviously someone who's a battle-seasoned person. He's seen battle. He looks to be more of like a general type. certainly dressed a little bit too well to be in the field, but he knows what he's doing. And he walks in and he looks at all of you and really looks you all up and down. And he looks at Roxac and he says, well, at least one of you looks like they might actually be a fighter.
Not to correct the DM, but it's Raxoc.
Raxoc, sorry about that, bud. Raxoc.
No problem.
The other one, go ahead.
Raxoc doesn't even smirk. No expression change on his face at all. He just sits there and listens quietly. He doesn't seem disrespectful, but he also doesn't change expression.
Okay.
Yeah. Morgan is definitely gonna narrow his eyes, like, kind of wondering why he was called here just to be like insulted.
Okay. And he looks at the sorcerer and he says, I don't believe someone that frail has any place with the trials that you will soon face. I believe that it might be a bit too dangerous for you.
Godfrey will sort of shrug and say, I'm a little stouter than you think.
The captain just kind of looks. He doesn't nod. He doesn't really. He's very stoic. Has no expression. And he just kind of looks at you, and he says, I truly hope that you are what we have come to expect from the Copper Jackals. This should be something simple. But none of you are tested. And you will soon be. Either you will pass or you will be dead. Either way, you will no longer be my problem. And he just looks you all up and down once more, opens the door behind him, and just walks out. Cade comes back, which you can only assume is Lord Kanye's butler. And he says, please follow me. The Lord will see you now. And you go into what really just looks like a very large dining room, but big enough that you could probably sit 40 or 50 people at a table, at this long table. It's probably 40 or 50 feet long. Just one of those old style, just banquet halls. And at the end, you see a rather, not venerable, but aged man with gray hair, goatee and beard, just like me, but straight white. He's probably a human in his late 50s, early 60s. And just from the way that he's dressed and how he's carrying himself, you assume that this is the Lord of the Manor. And Cade brings you over and says, my Lord, these are the men that you requested. And Lord Kanye looks at you and says, there are many things that I question right now. And there are many questions that I have for you. But I'm sure you are very curious as to why you were called here and what you need to do for me and for my family. And I believe that introductions can come at another time. He looks at you all and says, what do you want to know?
Is there any impressions I get as I'm like entering or seeing, like, does it look like there's been any damage or?
No, there's absolutely nothing on the inside. Because of your perception, though, you have an exceedingly high perception, Joe. You can see that Lord Kanye is frightened. He's scared. There's just something about what he's saying that he has real fear about what he's talking about. And he's just scared.
Well, upon him asking us if we have any questions, I'm going to kind of walk a few steps ahead and look at him and say, what happened last night? You obviously look frightened. Couldn't have been good.
He takes a long sigh and a deep breath, and he says, "Last night, I lost my daughter. My daughter, Isabel, was born, my youngest daughter, was born 3 weeks ago. And last night, we had a ball to celebrate the birthday, the upcoming birthday of my oldest daughter, Miranda. And while we were at the ball, something or someone came in and took Isabel away from us. All we know is that 2 hooded figures were seen coming out of the manor and out of the city and heading northeast towards the Fellwood Marsh."
How tall were they?
The guards only gave brief descriptions as it was dark, but they said that they looked about human size. They didn't look like monsters, they didn't look scary, they just looked like hooded figures carrying something. But that is the only people who left this manor last night.
Nothing suspicious about that.
That is all we have to go on. And
Where's
as
the
these
girls'
men...
room?
I'm sorry?
Where's the girls' room?
I'm sure Cade can take you there.
Are
I have
there
another question for you.
Go ahead.
Are there any
Huh?
reasons or people who would act against you that you would know of?
He looks at you and squints, and I'm the lord of this city. When you're on top, everyone wants to knock you down. Everyone wants to hurt you. I'm sure there are countless people who would want to hurt me.
Could I do an insight check to see if maybe he's not telling me the entire truth?
Sure, give me a roll.
Alright. Can I just normal roll? Dice Stream's
Just
not
normal.
popping up.
Yep.
17?
It's fine. He is too frightened to lie. He truly seems to want your help, and he is truly afraid for the life of his daughter.
Who did you leave the baby with? It definitely seems odd to leave a baby alone.
He wasn't. Excuse me, she wasn't alone. She was with her nanny and several other servants that care for her day and night.
Are they alive?
Yes, they are. No one saw or heard anything. The only thing we know is that they closed the door and put her down, and no one came through the front door to get them, to take her. But when they went in this morning, she was missing. And that's when the guards came.
Is it common practice to leave an infant alone for so long?
On this night, with all the festivities going, we were somewhat short-staffed. And hindsight being 20/20, it probably wasn't the best decision. But it's the one that was made.
So what have you done to find your daughter so far, other than call us?
He kind of looks at you and he kind of peers at you. He said, "I didn't call you. I called those that are your superiors, those that I owe a debt to, and those that owe me a debt. And they sent you because they think that you could possibly be part of them, part of that family, that group. And I really don't care about that right now. I just want my daughter back. But I didn't call you."
So you haven't done anything then?
Correct. That's what you're here for.
What happened last night should not be part of the question. The question now is what we do from this point.
Well, supposedly the trail is to go to the marsh, so unless we want to investigate anything, that's where we have to go.
I want to check the girl's room.
That is fine. Cade can take you anywhere in this manner that you want to go. Anything that you feel will help you. He will absolutely take you there. Do we want to go to the girls' room?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, you guys walk up 2 flights of stairs, go down the hall slightly, and you go into kind of like an antechamber of the room. There's a chair there. Obviously, it's where someone sits and waits. Through the next door is what Cade describes as the baby's room. It is stone all around. The only thing opening to the outside is the window. This is not a very large window. Anybody getting in and out of it would probably have to squeeze a little bit. Any normal-sized human. But you notice that there's really no signs of forced entry from the door. Nothing on the windows. The only thing you see is in the crib, in the center of the room, there's a little bit, it just looks like dirt, like a human-sized, maybe slightly larger than human kind of handprint, just dirt or mud or something. You don't know what it is. But that's the only thing you see in this room.
I would like to make a survival check to see if I can find any tracks in this room that seem out of place. Not the human-sized tracks of the females that were watching the infant last night, but anything else.
I'm going to look for any secret doors or any passages, any forced entry. And I'm also going to stick my head out the window and look if there's any way that someone could be on a ledge or something.
Okay. Bill, give me a survival roll. Okay. Got that in chat. Joe, give me an investigation roll.
All right.
You don't need to use the app. You can just do it.
All right, 16 plus 7, 23.
There's nothing on the inside here, but outside of the window, you see just a piece of fabric. It almost seems a little too nice. It's bright white. It's not dirty. It's not. This was the upper crust of person that this came from, which you can only assume to be from whatever the baby was wearing or was on there. But something went out of this window.
Okay, so it's a piece of fabric on the windowsill going out.
It's just caught on the right edge bottom, just with like a little nail was stuck out just a little bit, and it's about a 10-foot drop to the ground from where you are, and it's not directly to the ground. It's actually onto what you would see is like the top of a gazebo, because it's at the back of the home. So you would have to jump out about 10 feet down to the top of the gazebo, and then about another 8 feet to the ground. So you're a solid 18, 20 feet up.
Okay. So I'm going to examine the fabric and then show it to the rest of the party.
Okay. Really, the only thing that's seen is you just notice that it's silk. It is fine, fine silk. That's none of you have ever seen fabric this beautiful or this smooth or silky. It is definitely the highest end fabric that you can find in this city.
Is the maid that was watching the infant, is she in the room or is she available to speak to?
She is not in the room, but if you'd like to ask Cade to bring her, I'm sure that could be arranged.
Well, I'll speak to Cade real quick. So Raxok turns to Cade and kind of motions him over towards the window. When he comes over, Raxok gets kind of a stern look on his face, and he says, "This cloth, was the child wrapped in a fine blanket? Was it wearing some form of nightwear?"
Cade nods and said, "That child was draped in the finest fabrics in this city. That is all that child ever wears. Nothing but beauty around that child."
So, yeah, Morgan would ask this guy, the Lord said that he had a lot of enemies. Does he have any enemies in the marsh that would take the baby that way instead of just...
There's a bit of history with the marsh. I'm surprised that you guys haven't been told already. You see, Fellwood Marsh has another name. So in the center of Fellwood Marsh, we call it Miranda's Bog. And we call it that because almost 13 years ago, the Lord's first daughter was taken just like this one. And a little over a week later, they found her, alone, naked, in that bog, barely alive. But she was brought back, and she survived. So, could it be that whatever took the first child perhaps had a hand in bringing her, taking this one? That is all. He says, "I don't know what is in the bog, but I can tell you that it's a place that we don't go unless we have to. And it's probably safer for everyone that way."
Well, it seems like we're going to have to this time.
Correct. Guys, give me 1 second. I just got to say goodnight to my kids. 1 second.
Yep. Oh. I really regret not eating.
All right. Sorry about that. I had to say goodnight to my children in case they get abducted tonight. But no. So yeah, Cade. Said that when he was talking, you could almost see his bottom lip quivering. It's not a place that people speak of, but he really doesn't know what's there.
Has your staff
anyone... Sorry, go ahead, man.
Has your staff changed much from the last daughter's kidnapping to this one?
Over 13 years, I'm sure there are probably only a handful of us that are still here.
Out of the handful, who are they?
Oh, you have Ethel, the cook. She's been around a long time. You have the captain of the guard, which I believe you have met. He's quite the charmer, isn't he? And myself, and even the children's nanny. She's an older lady. She's been around. I believe she was actually the nanny of the Lord as well. She's been around a long time.
All right. Where would these people? Where would the nanny be?
I believe she is probably in her room. I could probably bring you to her or her to you, whichever you guys would prefer.
I would like you to bring her here so she can explain what happened if she could.
Okay.
The sister. Bring the sister as well, please.
Okay.
And the cook.
He,
I'm feeling kind of hungry.
Bring everyone.
he shuffles off, kind of gingerly, still kind of shaken from talking about the marsh. And 10 or 15 minutes later, brings the nanny. And again, this woman is probably in her late 60s, early 70s. She has been around. She's been around. And she's very meek. She walks in with her head down and her hands together, just to say, I've been called here. What did I do?
Please sit down. I say as I motion towards whatever she can sit down on.
I'm sorry, Joe. Say that one more time.
I motion for her to sit down on whatever she can sit down on, and
the only place she can sit is in the outside chamber. She has a chair, and if you want to motion her to go out there, you can do that.
Okay. I'll motion her to go out to the outside chair.
Okay. This is obviously her chair. She seems quite comfy, and sitting down almost seemed to brighten her day. She was very happy sitting in this chair. And she says, she kind of looks up at all of you. She kind of looks at the half-orc, kind of quizzically, is unsure, but just says, "What do you want to know? Why was I called here?"
Tell me about the king.
The king? We don't have a king.
Or the lord.
Lord Canier has been. I've been in the Canier's family's employment since I was a teenager. It is all I've ever known. They are all that I've ever known. They are my family, and I would do anything for them.
Do you like it?
I am kept in conditions better than most in this city, and I am very happy with my position.
Is there anyone that wouldn't be happy in their position?
Not that I'm aware of in this house, but down in the lower tier, I don't know. They could. There's a lot of people down there that don't have much.
Who had access to this room aside from you?
From the outside, no one. No one came past me last night. I do recall that I did doze off, but I don't remember anybody coming in or out. And I was right by the door. I would have seen them or heard them.
Okay. Can I do an insight roll for conversation?
Yeah, 1 second. Does anybody else like to do anything?
Yeah, I would just like that. So, you're saying that you didn't hear anything, and I was told that it's not commonplace to leave the child, so why did you leave the child for so many hours?
Well, sir, it wasn't that I left the child. I sat outside of the child's door. The window was locked. There was no way in or out.
Did you go back
safe.
in? Did you go back in periodically to check on her?
Not until this morning. As I said, I fell asleep.
I see.
And you both, Joe, you don't think she's lying. She comes across very honest, like she doesn't have anything to hide. She just comes across as upset that she did something wrong, that she messed up, and she's very worried about it, and the child.
There are no details that you noticed. Nothing at all. Anything seeming out of place when you checked on the child this morning.
Except that the window was open this morning. But it's funny. She says, "This happened once before. Are you guys familiar with the oldest daughter, Miranda?"
Vaguely, but please.
Well, almost 13 years ago, almost the same thing happened. But luckily we found her. We found her northeast of here in a treacherous place. A place that we don't speak of. A place where it's a place called Fellwood Marsh.
Yes, but in what condition was she in? Was she just sitting in the open? There was no persons around her?
She was stumbled upon by a ranger who used to frequent this area. Through the years, I've forgotten his name, but he said he found her in the bog, naked, 1 month old, and starving, cold, and almost dead. But he brought her back to the city, thinking that maybe someone from the city could help, and they recognized her as the Lord's daughter.
Speaking of which, has Miranda arrived in the room yet?
She is just about to. If as you guys are speaking to the nanny, you see a kind of a preteen teen, obviously very well dressed, well kept, just blossoming into womanhood, so to speak. But she too is very. Everyone just seems scared. Everyone seems hesitant. Everyone's worried. And she walks in and she said to Cade, she says, "Why was I summoned? What do these men want?"
Just some questions answered.
I don't know what she'll know. She was only 1 month old.
When she comes into the room, I uncross my arms. I go down to one knee so I don't look as foreboding above her, and I ask her, "Girl, may I ask you?" And I reach across the back of my neck and I pull the hair out and I show her a scar on the back of my shoulder. "Do you have any marks such as this?" And what you see on that mark, it looks like 2 crossed bone shards wrapped with chain. But it's a scar, not a tattoo. But it was intricately carved, and it's obviously very old. It was carved into Raxok's skin when he was an infant and a slave.
She looks at you when she first walks in, and obviously you're a very intimidating individual. But as you kneel down and you become a little bit more inviting, a half smile comes across her face. And she says, "No, sir, I don't have a mark like that, but I do have a mark." And she goes to pull like the back of her dress down, maybe to the back of her neck. And as she goes to do that, Cade smacks her hands away and said, "No, ma'am, you need to speak to your father before you talk to these men anymore." And he kind of shuffles her out. And the whole time she's like, but wait, I need to tell them. And he just shuffles her out.
Can I make a strength check to stop him?
By the time you kind of know you're in the room, they're kind of on the way out. You can grab him and keep him from leaving, but she's already out the door. She's already left. But you can certainly grab Cade and pull him back.
Is he going to be leaving as well?
He was shuffling her out. So I would think that they would both be.
Well, if there's no way I can try to stop him from shuffling her out, I'll just wait to see if he comes back in, since apparently he knows what the mark is anyway.
Right. Yeah, he as I said, he shuffles her out. This whole time, the ranger is taking things in, looking for anything out of the ordinary. There's really no tracks or anything that you see. Nothing other than what Joe had already said there. But Cade shuffles back in, looking very angry at you.
Yeah, and I'm just as furious looking back at him.
And he says, "Why would you do that to that little girl? She has been through enough. You don't need to see anything. Your job is to find the child. You go and find the child.
What are you hiding? What is the mark that's on her back? If you don't want to show us, that's fine, but then you're going to have to tell us what it is.
She has a mark. It is a circle, a black disc, and it's outlined in a black ring.
Could I make an insight check? See if he's telling the truth.
He is telling the truth. You can just perceive that. But if you would like to give me a religion check, all of you, you can tell me if you know what this mark is.
I got a nat 20 on that.
Okay.
I got the nat 1,
I got the 21.
but modified to 0, so...
So the nat 1 thinks there and gives himself a headache from thinking too hard. And Morgan grabs thinks that he's seen this before, and Cade hands him like a pencil and a piece of paper, something to draw on, and he was like, "What is the mark that you know? What is the mark that you're familiar with? Is it this?" And he draws that dark disc with a circle outlined. Are you familiar with this? Do you recognize it?
And Morgan just looks down at it and just he just nods his head yes.
Okay.
He says, I have definitely seen this before.
Morgan realizes that this is the mark of a goddess named Shar, S-H-A-R. Shar is the goddess of death and loss. She is frequently worshipped from evil beings, obviously, wizards of death, death domain clerics, necromancers, anything that wallows and enjoys death will often pray to Shar. And as you say this out loud to Cade sighs. Who am I hearing?
It's on,
Okay.
Robert.
Okay. And now you know this, and I'm going to assume that you say this out loud, Morgan. You could see Cade's face just kind of turn white, and he just shakes his head, and he said, "That's what the scholars came up with here too, and we were hoping that wasn't the truth, because that mark means something, and none of us have been able to figure out what that is, but we're worried that child is cursed. Even though she came back maybe cursed, and we're very worried about that. But that's not for right now. That's for later. We need to get her sister Isabel. We need to save her." You're muted, Jonathan.
Yeah, so I'll just put my hand up and just say, you thought the mark wasn't important either. Is there anything else we need to know that you might be skirting us past? Everything is important. Everything.
He just looks at you and he shakes his head, and I can't think of anything else. We just have to get the baby back. We have to.
I understand that, but in your rush to get this baby back, you could be putting more people in danger by just overlooking details.
There's nothing else that I can think of. There's nothing that I think would be useful. You have been given the information that I have.
Well, I hope
know
for your
nothing
sake
else.
that's true.
He just kind of gives you a half smile and says, "Me too. Because if you don't find that child, I probably won't live long either." This has been tasked to me, and I'm in charge of this. I'm in charge of these children. They're my responsibility. Please, go get that child.
I guess we should go get the child, I say as I calmly walk out the door.
As I follow him out the door, I brush my shoulder against Cade's purposely and basically tell him, if I find out you're involved in why this child's gone missing, you'll die as well. You should know.
He just nods. He said, that is a risk that I'll take. But we don't need to speak anymore. Get going. And as the last of you goes past him, and you're at a safe distance away, he sticks his head out the door and down the hallway and says, I believe you can show yourselves out.
I believe you. I remember where the door is.
As we're leaving, it's just, I'm pretty much just saying to myself, I remember when people were much more respectful to those they asked for help.
It appears integrity is lost on this family and its servants.
That tends to be the theme around here.
So as you guys walk out, that kind of hubbub of people running around like said crazed ant pile, that hasn't stopped. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people around. At the front door, the captain of the guard, his name's Jared. He waits for you there, and he hands you just a piece of parchment, and on it just states that you are allowed anywhere in this city, and he gives one piece of parchment to each of you, and says, keep this with you, and none of my guards will hassle you. None of my guards will stop you. You need to go quickly.
You almost had me there, and then you had to give me an order. And I just keep walking.
He doesn't respond. He just opens the door and kind of ushers you out. So, is there anything else you guys want to do or say in the manor or in the noble area before you leave this area?
No, my character's pretty much dead. Now, before we leave, though, do we actually know how to get to the marsh? Is it like, is there a road or something to get there?
Yes. And this is one thing I was gonna populate. You guys know just from the area that there are two main roads going into Copperfell. One goes from the city of Southport, which is a coastal city, into Copperfell. That's their main trade route that goes alongside a river. The other path goes northeast into the woods, into Fellwood Marsh, and beyond Miranda's Bog. It just goes north. You don't know what city it goes to, but you know that there is a path that leads into the marsh.
All right. Well, then yeah, I just stick to that path and just keep walking, ignoring everybody else. Well, nobody in the party, but anybody that looks like they belong to this town, as I'm pretty much done with these people.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah. As we stepped out of the door, before I get too far away from the door, they note that I'm checking my gear, making sure everything is exactly where it was when I came into the building. I seem a little overly cautious after the way that we were treated in there. Also, based on my earlier survival skill roll that I gave you in the chat, do I see any tracks near the gazebo or anything that would lead me to believe that I know exactly where these guys have gone?
You absolutely do. It doesn't look like these guys were trying to hide that. You can see the heavier footprints from jumping down. Now that you're closer down, when you were up at the window, you couldn't see anything. But as you got down, you absolutely can see that there are two large footprints, probably about a size and a half bigger than you would a normal human. And one of the bushes there looks trampled on right by the gazebo, and it's dirt and it's grass, but you can certainly see, now that you know what these footprints look like, you can very easily follow them out of the city. Now, as you go through the market, you will probably have a little bit more difficult time, but at the gate of the city, you will probably have a better time tracking them.
You've got a copy of my character, so you know what my favorite enemy is. It's not that I'm tracking, is it?
Give me 1 second, bud. What was your favorite enemy? I forget.
Orcs.
No, it is not an orc or orcs. But you do know that it seems to be, at least its feet, larger than a human. Now, do we want to go through the market and out the city, or do we want to stay where we are?
We'll follow the tracks as far as I'm concerned. If you guys want to do something else, let me know.
No, I'm. Yeah. Once I see you like doing the whole tracking thing, I'm just going to stay silently behind you and just let you do your thing.
Yeah, same.
What? I'm sorry, Joe.
My character is going to aid you while you're investigating the tracks.
Yeah. By the way, guys, Joe is a rogue arcane trickster, but his passive perception is insane due to his feats. So, as far as investigation goes, just keep him in mind. He certainly doesn't have the ranger's tracking skills, but can still find quite a bit. Because I know we didn't get the
21, so
we didn't get the
investigation. I didn't even know that was a thing, but that's apparently a 22.
Yeah, we didn't get Joe able to. He came in a little bit late, so we didn't get his intro. So just keep that in mind. So we're going to go out of the city, and the tracks, as I said, there's not a lot of traffic heading towards the marsh. There's just not a lot of footprints. It's very easy to follow, and these footprints look heavy. They look heavier than your average human, like they're carrying something heavy, or they're just heavier people. And as you get further away from the city, mile, 2 miles, you enter a forest.
Would they be stubbier than a human?
Would they be what?
Stubbier? Like, could it be that they're not taller, but they're just heavier, like a dwarf?
It's possible. You don't really know. You haven't seen them. But from their footprints, all you know is that their footprints are about a normal human plus a half, and that the guard said that they were about normal human size. That's all that we know right now. So as you go, it really does, right outside of the city, all the trees have been fallen, and there's big open areas right outside of the city in case they ever were sieged, were ever besieged. They have a nice open area for them to defend. But as you go a little bit further, an hour, 2 hours away, the growth starts to get a little bit thicker. You're obviously entering a wooded area, a forested area, but at first it's pretty thin. But as you progress, it gets thicker, and the light starts to kind of get darkened out from the canopy. And you feel like you guys are going at a pretty good tick because the ranger can track pretty quickly. You guys are pretty well running on this. The people were not trying to hide their tracks. So it'll take you about till almost dusk to get to the edge of the marsh.
Also, forest is my favorite terrain, so if we're traveling through that, I can keep us moving at a good clip, even if it's, what do you call it?
Difficult terrain.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, that's fine. You guys are still on the path. I need everyone to give me one just base roll. No pluses or nothing. Just one roll.
1.
I got a 3.
Okay.
17.
13.
Okay. Who got the 1? Joe. All right, Joe. You as you're trying to keep up with the ranger, you do pay attention, but you get tripped up by a rock or something small in the road, and you actually twist your ankle. Your speed is going to be cut by about 10 feet per round until you can take probably a day or two rest to mend. You're going to slow everybody down just a little bit. Okay, but other than that, you guys make it to almost the edge of the marsh, and the ranger notices almost where the path ends and it enters the marsh, because once it goes into the marsh, the path just kind of gets covered with foliage. You see just small from really far away 2 figures walking. They are hooded in gray cloaks. They look about human size. They haven't made it to the marsh yet, but they're probably 400 yards away, 300 yards away. But they're walking. They're not running, but you can see them.
Headed towards or away from us, or are they like
Away from you.
adjacent to us, or?
They're walking ahead of you. They are facing away from you. They are going. Looks like they're going into the marsh.
So, I think my character would. No, wait. Matter of fact, I think the half-orc would probably see it before all of us, and sees in the front. So, yeah, you would probably be able to say or do anything before the rest of us could.
I point them out quietly, but I pick up my pace, and if that means leaving our limping friend behind a little bit, then so be it. I assume that he can deal with himself, or he wouldn't have been selected for this mission. So I pick up the pace and see if I can't catch up to them before they get to the marsh.
Okay. Does anybody want to go with him?
So as I see him picking up the pace, and I see this rogue kind of down right now, I kind of look at the sorcerer and try to like silently motion for him to try to stay with him, or to kind of keep pace with the rogue.
Okay.
I'll sort of give you a thumbs up.
Okay, and I try to keep up with the half-orc.
Okay.
I draw my javelin too, just in case, but I don't really want to throw it because I think one of them might have the baby.
Okay. Well, you said you're about 300 or 400 yards away. You guys got quite the distance to cover, but they have no idea that you're back there. So.
Well, I don't draw steel, but I do unloose any peace bonds I've got on my weapon so that it'd be quick to draw if I needed them.
Okay. It'll take you probably about a minute to close the distance, but you can absolutely catch up to them as a ranger in this terrain. You can absolutely catch up to them before they get to the edge of the forest. Everyone else would be reaching them with being slowed down with the rogue. Would be reaching them just as they crossed into the tree line.
I'm going to pull out my short bow and knock an arrow as I'm heading forward. If he engages them, I'm also going to engage them.
Okay. And I assume everyone is still going forward. Yes.
So what I would
and
like
I'm taking
to
out a
try
hand
to,
axe.
yeah.
Okay.
So what I would like to try to, as silently as I possibly can, ask this half-orc is, once they pass the tree line, is it possible to track them through that? Can you track them?
Half-orc says, there's many trees and branches even in a marsh. If these people don't know what they're doing, they'll leave a trail. If they do know what they're doing, we'd best keep them in sight.
I see. And would it be best for us to stick to the tree line, or to be as direct as possible, keeping in mind the baby may be in their possession?
I'm banking on the fact that since they've had last night, the child's probably not with these two. It's probably somewhere else, but they're wearing the same colored robes as the people that took the child from last night. So it bears questioning them, if nothing else.
I agree, but they are also being very leisure. in their stroll through this forest.
Which is why I don't have any weapons unsheathed.
Hmm. So, I think that you should run up as fast as you can, and I'll try to stay behind you as best as I can, but you seem natural here. So you should go and try to catch up as quickly as possible. And if anything happens, I'll be right behind you.
Okay, is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah, as soon as he says that, the orc takes off at a trot. I do try to keep some, because I'm in my favorite terrain, I do try to keep some stealth to it, but I am going to try to move up on him rapidly.
Sure. You get to probably 40 feet away, 30 feet away, and Morgan is probably 30 feet behind you. He's kept up pretty well. And then probably another 50 feet behind are the other two. But the cloaked figures pause. They don't look back, but they pause for just a moment. And they look at each other, and then they look forward again, and they proceed to continue to walk forward. But, good.
I say out aloud, "Hold! Question, sir! Hold!"
Absolutely no response. They look at you. They don't look at you. They don't turn their head. They just keep walking. But it almost seems not obvious, but maybe a little bit faster now. They're picking up the pace just a little bit.
A life is at stake. Stop!
Same thing. They just keep walking.
Your life is at stake. Stop!
There's about 50 feet between the tree line and them. You're about 15 feet away. And they pause again. The one on the left hands something to the one on the right. You don't know what it is because it's kind of shrouded by their cloaks. The one on the right continues to move forward. The one on the left turns around and just puts his head down. You still can't see. It's still got the cloak over here. All you see is the bottom part of his jaw. And you see two kind of bicuspid teeth that have gone up about an inch out of the bottom of his jaw. You see that all you know is that this is not human. But he stops and turns around to look at you, while the other one continues to go forward at a slightly increased pace. He has about 2 rounds till he gets to the edge.
I'm gonna fire an arrow at the one who's still moving.
What's your range?
80 feet.
Okay. Give me an attack roll with advantage, since his back's to you.
Oh. So with advantage?
Yes.
Uh, 17.
Okay. That's a hit. Roll me some damage.
Alright. Oh, 12 damage.
Okay. This cloaked figure, the arrow lands square between its shoulder blades, and you hear it let out this roar, this kind of guttural roar. It's not human. It's more like animalistic. But it does not shrink. It doesn't shirk. It doesn't stop. It just keeps walking. It's set probably about 20 or 30 feet from the tree line right now.
Okay. So what I try to yell is I yell for the half-orc to just focus on. It's the one on the right that has the package or whatever, right?
Correct.
then yeah, I just yell for him to just take down this guy on the right. Just don't worry about the guy on the left. Take down the guy on the right. I got the guy on the left. And I just like run for this guy on the left and try to like tackle him.
Okay.
Did he make an action to see me?
I'm sorry?
Did he make an action to see me, or did he just keep on walking?
He just kept walking.
So then I'm still hidden?
Yes. For the purposes of what we're doing, yeah. Because he's just not looking at you. So you can absolutely do a sneak attack. It's fine. So, Morgan, you said you wanted to tackle this guy?
Yeah, the guy on the left.
Okay. So you want to get ahead of the ranger then?
No, I assume so. I can wait for my turn if that's what it is, but I assume that the half-orc would be far enough ahead that he should be able to keep moving while I'm screaming from behind him.
Yes. If you guys want to try to do that, the one on the left that that the ranger is trying to get around is doing his darndest to not allow the ranger by. He is moving to keep himself between the other one walking away.
Okay. If that's the case, then I'll try to throw my javelin at him.
At the one on the left or the one on the right?
The one on the left.
Okay.
So I'll try to hit this guy so that he can try to get around, I guess.
Sure.
I'll do a I was going to say, while he's throwing his javelin, and I want to charge past the guy on the left, smashing him with my shoulder to shove him aside, making him a more open target for Morgan.
Okay, give me a strength check, Bill. You're on mute, bro.
With bonuses, the strength check is a 17. I actually physically rolled a 12, but I get +6 with my 18 strength.
Okay, you try to lay your shoulder into this guy, and you hit him, and it's like hitting a brick wall. He doesn't budge, not one single bit. You actually just kind of fall down. You kind of lose your footing because you were not expecting that type of a reaction from this creature.
All right,
Morgan?
so I rolled a 20. Well, I rolled a 15, but with my bonuses, it's a 20 to hit.
Okay. Give me some damage on the javelin.
All right, so that's an 8 damage.
Okay. You toss the javelin at him. It gets in his left shoulder because he's kind of turned, and he had kind of turned a little bit as the ranger came in on him, trying to kind of knock him, open him to your attack. And it just kind of embeds itself in his arm, just in the here. But as soon as it hits, he quickly pulls it out and just throws it on the ground. When he does that, his cloak comes up over his head. He doesn't look anything other than a normal human, except he's got these little teeth coming up from his bottom jaw. He looks like a normal human.
Okay. So then, yeah, I just unflinchingly just keep charging at him. And I guess on my next turn, I'll try to like push him aside or grapple him or something.
Okay. What about you, Daniel?
You said we're about like 50 feet behind, so I think I'd have to take a dash action just to get up to everybody, right?
You can get up there. It's not a big deal. You guys are pretty much have a surprise attack here. That's why we're not doing any initiative.
Oh, all right.
They had their backs to you, so you can get within 30 feet without a problem.
Okay, so I'm within 30 feet. I'm gonna like cast Shatter and aim it from like behind. Well, I guess technically in front of the one on the left, so only he gets hit. So he needs to make a con save.
Okay, what's your DC?
DC is, let's see here, 13. But he takes half the damage if he fails.
He rolled a 4, so that hits. Roll for damage.
So Shatter. 11.
Okay. Now, what does this look like? Daniel, when this happens, what does this look like?
Well, you would see Godfrey reach up for like an orb that he's kind of got as a necklace, and hope, and like you could, if you could really pay attention, he'd probably mutter a prayer of "Please don't let anything happen." And as he touches it, there's just this, like, if you've ever turned on a really old TV in the middle of the night, just that white noise of the static, and that's just all you hear.
Okay. That it causes that creature to fall to one knee. He's definitely hurt. The only blood you see is coming out of his shoulder. But it's definitely he's definitely hurt. But the other one right now is going to be about 15 feet from the edge of the wood, the edge of the tree line. I need all of you to do an initiative roll so we can figure out order, please.
Yeah, so I'm probably last in the order. I have a straight 4.
Okay.
I got a 17.
I got a
5.
12.
Daniel.
5.
Okay, so we got Joe, Bill, Daniel, and Jonathan. So Joe, what would you like to do? The one guy's walking away, and the guy on the left is on one knee.
Okay. I'm going to move ahead, my full movement, which would be about 20.
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot another arrow. Do I still have advantage?
Yeah, he's walking with his back to you. Yeah.
All right. 17 again.
That's a hit. Absolutely. Roll for damage.
So last time I didn't realize that my sneak attack was 2d6, so I'm rolling 3 dice this time.
It's fine.
Uh, 14 damage.
Okay. The creature takes a few more steps after this second arrow just embeds itself in his back, and he falls to both knees, and just kind of sits there. You can faintly hear him mumbling something, but you don't know what it is. But it's definitely you've definitely hurt this guy. Bill.
I run up on the one that's on his knees. Since the other guy got knocked down by the javelins, I run up on the guy in the shatter. I mean the shatter spell. I run up on the guy that's down on his knees and grab him from behind into a kind of an armbar chokehold to see what he's carrying and whether or not the child is okay if that's what he's got.
Okay, Joe, what were you going to say? I interrupted you, bud.
Oh, so as a rogue, I have this thing called Cunning Surge, which I can do like a dash or a hide action.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I still need movement to do a dash action, but if I don't and I can just do my movement again, I would like to do that. If I do,
and
then
where would you like to go?
Just further up ahead.
Joe, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Where do you want to go? If you
further up ahead, towards them. I'm trying to get a little bit closer.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. You can get probably within about 15 feet of them with that. That's no problem. Now, Rexoc is. You said you were going to put him in a kind of a sleeper hold and see what he's got.
Yeah, I'm trying to grab him around. I'm trying to grab him around his neck into sort of a sleeper hold because I don't know what they passed him, whether or not it was the child or not. And I rolled an attack for that, and with bonuses, this is not national. With bonuses, it comes to a 20.
Oh, okay. That you absolutely can get your hands on him and get a hold of him, but I do need a strength check.
That's going to be 23 with bonuses.
Okay, you absolutely make that check. You basically just wrap your arm around, kind of put this guy in a sleeper hold, just kind of immobilizing him because he has this package in his. What you can only see something wrapped in cloth. You don't know what it is, but you do recognize that cloth to be very similar to what you saw back on the windowsill. So you're holding him. You don't have your hands free. You can't get to the package, but you can absolutely hold him. So it's Daniel's turn.
Well, since he's holding him, first I'm going to use Tides to Chaos, which gives me an advantage on an attack roll.
Okay.
And I can use that once until we take a long rest, or you can have me roll on the random magic chart. And I'm going to cast a Witch Bolt at him.
At the guy. At which guy?
At the guy that he's holding.
You are directly behind the ranger. It would be very difficult. If you want to do that, you have to roll with disadvantage.
So with
then
advantage, that would even
kind of
out just
balance
one
out.
roll?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
It's fine for you. You better not fumble.
Yeah, and
It's
let's
okay,
just hope that this is a red herring and that the baby isn't actually in this guy's arms.
We got him back. Anyway, modifiers, that's an 18.
Okay. That hits. That misses the orc. Barely. By this, he felt the witch bolt pass him. And how much damage does it do, Dan?
1d12, since I'm casting it as a level 1. 1 damage.
Okay.
But I get to keep it on him.
Don't you add your ability modifier to it?
No.
I don't think so for Witch Bolt.
If you're casting Witch Bolt, you're a warlock, correct?
I'm a sorcerer.
He's a sorcerer.
Oh, my apologies. Then never mind.
It really doesn't do much. It just kind of hits him. To him, it's just kind of like a paintball. Like, oh, okay, I got hit. It doesn't really hurt him too much. Morgan, you're up.
So, seeing the sorcerer just shoot a witch bolt at the guy that I assume has the baby in his hand, I just kind of scream back like, "You fool! Watch what you're doing. He might have the child." And yeah, I continue to just charge at this guy on the left, making sure that he's going to be put down. So
Okay.
yeah, I definitely probably don't make that either. So that is an 8 altogether.
Yeah. And what were you trying to hit him with?
Just like try to, I don't know, shove him down or push him down or something.
Yeah, 8's not going to do it. You're going to try, and he's just going to kind of stand there. Same thing. It's like hitting a brick wall. But they're not reacting though. They're not reacting to the pain. They're not making a lot of noise for the most part. They almost look like they're in a trance or something like that. They're not really reacting. They're just, for some reason, they just want to get into that forest. So the one in front of you, Morgan, he is going to, from underneath his cloak, he is going to pull out a battle axe. He's kind of seems like he's been fumbling with it, but he hasn't gotten a chance. But he is going to, since you're right next to him, he's going to try to get you with one. What's your AC, Morgan?
16.
16. He rolled a nat 20 on it.
Of course he did.
But I can here. I'm gonna show you. I don't think you can see it. Can you? There you go.
All right, man. I see it. I believe you. It's just
Okay.
my luck.
Yeah.
It's all right.
So he is gonna come down with this battle axe and just go right through your armor, right into what just right into your flesh. Just give me 1 second. I'll roll damage on it. You're going to take 8 damage, Morgan.
All right.
Okay. And the other one is really immobilized in the sleeper hold. He can't really do anything. So we're going to go to Bill because Joe just got up. Oh wait, never mind. Joe's coming back.
So this package, is he tightly gripping it? Is it on the floor?
He's still holding it. He's holding it pretty tight. The only thing you can see from your vantage is that it's wrapped in that same light-colored silk that you found on the windowsill.
All right. So in that case, I'm going to go ahead of him and try and get the package out of his hands.
Okay, give me a strength check.
18, but I have a -1, so 17.
Okay, you guys, you're close. You get a good grip on it, and you pull it, and it loosens from his grip, but you just can't get it out of his hands. It's just he's just come hell or high water. He's not letting it go. But you don't hear anything. You don't hear any noises or any crying or anything. You're just pulling on this thing, but nothing.
I'm gonna tighten my grip around his throat and make with the arm bar lock and try to just knock him out. I don't want to hurt him any more than I already have. I just want to knock him unconscious.
Okay. Give me a strength check, Bill.
All right. Oh, for a minute that looked like a natural 20. No, that's 17.
Yeah, you're squeezing, but he's just not going down. He's this is a tough SOB. He's not budging. He's loosening his grip just a little bit. Joe's pulling, you're tightening. Probably another round or two of this, and he'll probably let go. But it's going to take a little bit more doing before you can pull that from his hands. It's going to be Daniel.
Well, I'm gonna sort of move back that way. My witch bolt doesn't hit the orc at all. I'm gonna kind of like get a side view, and the way witch bolt works, as long as I keep concentration, I get a D12 of damage for an action. So 8.
Okay. The lingering witch bolt damage. Describe what it looks like for this witch bolt to kill him, Daniel.
Well, the way I imagine it is like the one that hit him in the first time is still on him, and I just sort of move it and then like crack it like a whip, and it just.
Okay. The figure just releases the package. It just kind of crumbles to the ground. Raxok can hold him up or let him fall, but he's dead as a doornail. He's not getting up again. The one that is in front of Morgan. Morgan, where are you in relationship to the guy that just whacked you with the battle axe?
I don't suppose I moved much after that.
Okay.
So
well, he's gonna go at you again.
oh wait, did he? Oh, is he before me? Is that what that is?
Yeah, because you guys go and then he goes and then you.
Oh, I haven't gotten my second turn yet.
I apologize. My bad. I got all excited. I thought I got to hit you again.
Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on a second, man.
Remember, little G.
So, yeah, I got a 17 to like just try to poke this guy with my pike.
Okay. That'll hit him. Give me damage.
Alright. Alright, so I got an 11 damage.
Okay, that actually kills him. Describe how you kill him with your pike.
So, after I went through all the trouble to try to just tackle this guy, because I didn't think he was like, I didn't know if he was a bad guy, but after he stabbed me, I was just so angry that I just pulled out my pike and just rammed it into him, just almost collapsing with him, forcing all of my body weight into the stab and just dropping both of us to the ground. And like
Sweet.
when I calmed down and like pulled it up, he was just already dead.
Okay, absolutely. Give yourself a point of inspiration for that. That was good.
Thank you.
So when you guys, both of these guys pretty much go down within a few seconds of each other. Joe is going to pull this wrapped fabric out of this creature's hands before he falls, when he loosens his grip. And when they both fall, they start to look different, kind of slowly over the course of 10 seconds or so. You recognize these things as what you know to be half ogres. Somehow had some type of a polymorph spell or an illusion spell that was making them look normal. And now that they're dead, that spell is no longer in effect. So you recognize these to be 7 to 8 feet tall, just giant humans. But there was some type of a spell that was blocking you from seeing that while they were alive.
So as soon as that happens, I just kind of look up at the half-orc, and I just say, a diversion. Clearly, this is meant to buy them some more time.
The half-orc, basically, he's looking down at the dead half-ogre at his feet, and he's got this kind of a confused look on his face, and he says, I don't think these were in their right minds.
No. Clearly, something smarter is trying to keep us off their trail, or at least buy themselves some time. But maybe we're lucky. What's in the package?
Yeah, and Joe has the package, and he just slowly unravels it. And probably a solid 10 feet of this silk is wrapped around this child. That's actually what's protected this little baby. It actually is the child. And the child is sleeping ever so soundly. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the child. It hasn't woken up. It hasn't cried. But this child has been found.
I take the child from Joe and hold it gently, and I'm checking it. I'm checking the back of the child to see if it's been marked like its sister.
You do not see any marks. The child never made it off of the road. You know that from what you see, you realize that these were the grunts. These were the people that were bringing the child somewhere, to someone, or something, but you don't know what. So
I want to do a medicine check. I just want to check this child. You said that it wasn't like crying or anything, which my character would definitely think is unusual. So I want to check the child, make sure that it's still breathing and that it's okay. There's no broken bones or anything on the baby. That it's okay.
Sure.
I got a 19 for medicine.
Sure. You look and you're really kind of trying to examine the child, and you don't see anything abnormal. It looks like a normal child, except the child's sleeping, and can't seem to wake it up. You don't know why, but you can kind of pat it and hey, wake up, and nothing. It looks like it's sleeping peacefully. Doesn't look like it's in pain and like that, but just sleeping.
I see. Yeah. I guess I probably can't. Can I... My character would want to try to think about any kind of spell that this could be. Like, if it was some kind of sleep spell, if there would be some sign about this that would seem unnatural for the child sleeping. Especially through this.
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
May I do one as well?
Sure.
Yeah. So my character definitely does not know what is going on. He has like a feeling, but he can't justify the feeling.
15.
Daniel realizes that this is definitely an enchanted sleep. You don't know exactly what spell, but something, either via spell or potion, has caused this child to sleep. But just from what you're seeing, it doesn't seem to be life-threatening right now.
So, not really. I definitely wouldn't know that your character is a sorcerer, but I would know that you're a magic user. So my character would directly ask you, do you have something that can break this spell? That can wake this child up from this?
I hate to say it, I barely recognize the spell.
Well,
I'm still kind of new to this magic stuff myself.
Can you detect magic on this silk wrappings that the child was found in?
I don't have detect magic. Could I make an arcane check on it?
No. You wouldn't know.
Oh, alright. Nothing I can see outright.
Okay.
Well, as the child was unharmed while it was wrapped in the silk, I recommend we wrap it back up to protect it further.
I also suggest that you, Mr. And in realizing I don't actually know your name, I go, what is your name, sir? Directing at the magic user.
Oh, Godfrey.
Godfrey, please, you should hold the child. And me and I look at the half-orc. You, sir?
Racksock.
Racksock. We'll take the front and the flank. Or the back, I guess, the rear. We should box you in, just in case we're attacked by more mindless creatures.
Okay.
Getting this baby back is of the highest priority.
Agreed.
Okay. So are we going to head back to the city?
Yeah, well, that would be what my character's initial goal would be, or pitch, I guess.
Well, the point is can you hear me? The point is we're trying to get the kid to the city. We didn't really get any other goals. So as long as we can, continue to bring the kid back, then we're fine.
Okay.
So it seems we're all in agreement. I think that that Raxox should stay in the front. So my character would say, like, you should track in the front. You can see things clearer than I can. And I'll stay in the back. And if something happens, I'll scream it out first. You guys run as fast as you can to the front if something bad happens from behind us.
Okay. And yeah, you guys start heading back. Sorry, I need a refill.
I believe part of our mission also was to figure out what was going on with this. Am I wrong on that?
Yes.
Well, the thing is, even if we figure out what's going on, we can't take this baby into the forest with us. It'll be putting its life in more danger than it would be if we just brought it back and had the guards stationed around it. And maybe they have mages there that can work on this while we come back to the forest. And I do mean I am coming back to the forest. Whatever wanted this baby is still out there. So the threat is still there. It's not over, but the baby needs to be safe first.
And I agree with that. What I don't agree with is taking it back to that castle. I don't trust them.
I don't trust them either, but it is their child.
Prove it.
I just kind of laugh at that. There ain't no proof. We got hired to do this unless you are willing to go and steal this baby. And I kind of reached in for my my pike. Then we'll have another discussion. Other than that, we're taking the baby back to... Say that again? Yeah, so...
I don't really,
Can you hear me? Yep.
I don't really care whose baby this is. The castle people told us to get the baby. We found the baby. Let's bring the baby back. Whatever we want to do after that, we can do after that.
You guys just tell me what you want to do and where we're headed.
Yep. So, Raxox, unless you have a safe place to leave this baby in the middle of this forest, we should probably take it back to the castle.
That would make
All
more
right.
sense.
What was that? That would make the most sense. All right. So, same thing. It's getting pretty dark. It's pretty well dusk, and with the forest canopy, it's definitely getting dark out there. It's going to take you about half a day to get back to the city, which means if you continue to go, you will travel at night. Depending on what you are, several of you may or may not have dark vision. The ranger, I'm sure it's not a problem in this terrain, but it would have you guys getting back by probably 10 or 11 o'clock at night if you went straight through, but you could. Do you want to head back straight through the dark? It's an obvious path.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like it would be the best case to get back as quick as possible without wasting time.
Okay. Everybody agree with that?
Agreed.
Anyone
Okay.
had any problems if I cast light because I don't have dark vision?
Yeah, I also don't have dark vision, but I'm just kind of... I feel like we're close enough that I can feel everybody walking if we don't cast light. So, if you want to cast light, though, I'm okay with that.
I do have dancing lights if we want to it not be right next to our group.
That would probably be better.
Yeah, so if you have dancing lights, you can create 3, right?
Yeah.
So you should put like 2 of them in like the forest on the sides of us, so we can see if anything is like approaching from the forest, and then put 1 of them like either in front or behind us.
Okay, I'll do that.
I have dark vision, so I'd say put it behind us. It'll help the cleric who's following in case something's trying to sneak up behind him.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so you cast that. Everyone's feeling pretty comfy walking on the path. Baby is... who has the baby? Who's holding him?
That would be me.
Oh, okay. So Godfrey has the baby, still wrapped up in the silk. Baby's still sleeping. You guys make it all the way back to the city without incident. You come up to the easternmost gate for the city, and the guards look at you and said, "Halt! Who goes there?"
I show them the paper, or I guess
I show them the paper because I'm the one that's in front. So I walk right up to the guard and show him the paper that we were given.
Good. Okay. Yeah. He looks at it with a quick glance. Glances at you. Everyone catches up, and he says, "Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead." And he sends. Motions for the other guard. He says, "Make sure you escort them to the manor. Go quickly." And 2 of the guards that are at the guard shack actually go with you through the market up to the noble quarter. And right now it's probably about 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night. You guys make it to the guard shack, going from the lower tier to the upper tier. Again, you show your little piece of paper from Captain Jared, and you get in. The captain rushes you to the manor, and just quickly pushes the door in a big just thump. The big heavy oak door slams open. There in front of the door, not far away, are both the lord of the city and the lord's wife, Reginald Connier and his wife, Aurora. And the wife falls to her knees, and she says, "Have you brought me back my baby?"
Then I just go, is this your baby?
I sort of hold it up.
Have you unwrapped it, or is it still in the silk?
Oh, I thought it was like a swaddle, so you could still see its face.
No, it was pretty well covered, but I can just assume that you swaddled it. Obviously, you have children, because some of these guys don't know what swaddling means.
I definitely don't know what that means.
Well, we'll talk about that in another campaign. But yes, let's just assume that it's swaddled. She sees the baby and she says, "Yes, that's my child. That's my Isabel." And she kind of reaches out her hands to you, like, "Please give me my child."
I would really have no problem giving it to her.
Okay.
I have no
I'm
qualms with
keeping
that.
an eye on the Lord and her as the child gets handed back, just to see if either one of them. I'm watching their expressions to make sure that this is more family's joyful reunion, and neither one of them have any other look on their face.
Give me an insight check, Bill.
Could I
And
also
you too,
do that?
John? Yes.
Alright.
I play with you too much. I know what you're going to do before you say it.
Oh, okay.
18.
What do you guys got?
18.
I've got a modified 16.
Okay. You know, you both feel, I mean, you see them in tears. They definitely look like legitimately relieved parents. Just, getting their child back that they thought they might not see again. They're legitimately, from what you can tell, pleased and
What about the
happy.
butler?
The butler's not there. Kate is not there. He is elsewhere.
So as they're crying or whatever, and the baby's being handed off, I add in that the baby is enchanted, that it is in some kind of enchanted sleep. Do you have any kind of magic users, clerics, healers, someone that can dispel this kind of curse placed upon her?
Dispelling curses is, well, the Lord kind of looks at you very curiously and says, removing curses has been the topic as of late in this house. Yes, we have all of those things, and several of them in the next room.
Good.
And
Then you might want to get them here now.
he pauses, and he says, I will take the child, and I will get this figured out. I thank you for your help, but you should go now.
And I tell him, hold on, this isn't over.
From a room to your left, you hear a muffled scream. Sounds like a girl, not a woman, but a girl. But
I move. I'm headed that way.
Yeah.
You see a door. There's a hallway and a door, but you just hear one more kind of muffled, like someone has something over somebody's mouth, but it's obviously coming from behind that door. And Lord Kanye looks at you and said, "Please wait, let me explain."
Wow. Okay.
I don't wait. I go through that door.
So I draw my pike and kind of try to put myself between the Lord, since he's holding the baby, and I just go, "What do you mean, wait? What have you done?"
He looks at you and says, "I haven't done anything. This is how we must do it. This is how things have to go."
What are you doing?
Converse with him. I'm asking, what is it? You're not telling us the whole story. You know why your children were taken, obviously.
While this is going on, where is Raxok and what is he doing?
Raxok's going through the closed door with a muffled scream in it, and if the door doesn't, it doesn't matter if the door's locked or not. It's coming down if I can't open it.
Okay. Due to your background, give me a strength check with advantage. I want to see what happens here before we go into the conversation, because that's going to affect the conversation.
All right, my first roll was only an 8, but the second roll is an unmodified 20.
Okay. You lay into this door with this anger and this rage from the years as a slave and as a child slave, and all of this anger and hate and rage just builds up within you, and you obliterate these doors. These are heavy oak doors, and you shatter them. Nothing but splinters everywhere. And the people, there's 4 people in there, And what you see and what the others see, because they're all just in awe that you just took out this door like a boss. You see two robed figures in gray robes. You see the Lord's oldest child, Miranda, in her bed. You see on the ground underneath these two robed men are magic sigils. They are glowing blue, and these two robed figures are concentrating and not moving. The child is pinned to the bed on her hands and on her ankles with kind of ethereal bonds or shackles. They are pure magic. They are pure energy. She also has one that's coming across here so that she can't speak. And you just these two figures don't move when you shatter this door. That's how deep in concentration that they are. The only person that moves when you come in is another robed figure, a little bit more elderly, human, longer beard, gray hair. He's in a red robe with gold, gold embroidery, and he walks over to you, and he just. It's almost as if it wasn't shocking to him that you came busting in through this door, and he just kind of smiles, and he said, "All you had to do was knock, sir."
Oh, I'm about to do some knocking, all right.
So, can we all see this?
Do I need to roll initiative, or is this a surprise attack? Because this this individual is about to get nailed.
Yeah. So
Morgan, wait. Morgan,
Sorry.
yes, everybody can see this.
Yeah. So I turn around and put like the tip of my pike at the Lord's throat, and I just kind of motion for Godfrey to come and take the baby back. And I just say, "What the hell are you doing? What is going on here? Explain this."
The Lord said, please, don't touch anyone. Don't hurt anyone. This is essential. This has to happen. Please give me a moment to explain.
You got a moment. Explain it.
You need to speak with the man in the other room.
How do you
And he
not know
says-
what's going on with your own daughter?
Because I am not an expert in curses. I am not one who understands magic. He does. He can explain it to you. Please, I will stay here. I will not move. Please, speak with him.
He's
will
going to
explain
have
it.
trouble speaking with no teeth. Natural 20, spiked gauntlet. I punch this dude square in the mouth.
I hope that's
18 strength, that gives me +4, +2, because it's a weapon that I got my proficiency in. That's +6 on the damage.
Oh God! I hope he doesn't die.
Knock his head off.
It's like, well, I hope you took some lessons from what he said, because I'm gonna have you explain this, sir.
12 points of fist damage to this guy's jaw.
All right.
Oh God!
Oh wait, that was a natural 20. Pardon me. I get. That's 24 points. 24 points of spiked fist damage to this
No, hold
man's
on.
face.
Before the DM says that you kill him, do you choose to make him unconscious?
That could almost one-shot me.
No, that would literally kill my character at this point.
Wait.
Do you choose to make him unconscious, or do you just balls in, just like, you know,
His
like,
character would not. His character would rage out. He would not think.
oh
There
my
is no
God!
Let me quickly, gentlemen, as you are parts of my group, you now pretty much know this. My hatred for orcs and slavers is blinding and unreasoning. I have a.
Okay.
I have that's my flaw. This guy is my flaw. He's getting. I'm sorry. If I kill him, I
All
kill
right.
him.
I so didn't plan that. Like, that just happened.
Oh man. Okay.
No,
So is this guy
so-
dead or alive?
What happens, you just surprise the shit out of this guy and just right hook right to the chin, just floors him, broken teeth this way, blood this way, and he is on the ground completely unconscious, just knocked the hell out, but not dead.
Okay. So I'm like frozen right now, out of like terrifying shock at what just happened, and I just slowly like get my composure, and I just go, I hope he told you something so you can explain to us what is happening right now. Or
And
I don't know what this half-orc is going to do to the other two guys in the robes. So you better tell him that they're good people and they're not trying to do anything bad to your daughter.
they're trying to protect her. They're trying to protect us.
Being
Your
vague
idiot
is
friend.
probably not a good idea right now. Be straightforward with me.
Your idiot friend, and he kind of stands up straight, says your idiot friend may have just killed the one person who could actually save her.
Well, you being vague could have been the reason that he had to bust through the doors in the first place. If you had just been straightforward, he didn't have to knock her out or knock that guy out. So again, be straight. What is happening?
We
Could have chose a different room to do it in.
We so need in 5e a sarcasm check. Seriously, we need this. We need to talk to WOTC. We need a sarcasm check. How much of an asshole are you? Okay. So I'm sorry, that's a little bit off game, but just hilarious.
I think that would either be deception or persuasion, depending how you want to play it.
Screw that. I want sarcasm.
Just straight sarcasm.
Yeah, just straight sarcasm check. Just because it's funny.
If
So
you
no,
fail it, they believe you.
yeah, something. We'll come up with like a random roll, but no. So the Lord just kind of looks at the wife has not stopped her grip on this child. She's got it like a death grip on this child, like she's not letting it go. And the Lord looks at you and just says, if you and your green friend over there could calm down for 1 minute, I will do my best to explain, but someone please make sure that that man is not dead.
You have 5 seconds. I have no control over my friend here. I just met him. And honestly, I can't say that I'm against what he just did.
He interrupts you. He interrupts you and says, fine, I will tell you. Miranda is cursed. We have known this since very soon after we got her back, almost 13 years ago. She bears the mark of Shar. That is the mark of a cursed child. Tonight is her 13th. When the clock strikes midnight, will be her 13th birthday. Are any of you familiar with the hags of this world?
Do we have to like roll a knowledge check for that?
No. He's going to say, I assume from your lack of response that you may not know as much as you think that you know. You see,
Yeah.
When it comes to the horrible, disgusting hags in this world, do you know how they increase in number? Do you know how they procreate, so to speak?
From what I hear, they
every-
turn babies into hags.
Correct. That's exactly what they do. They consume the child, and a week later, they rebirth that child, and the child looks completely normal except for a mark. And on the 13th year of life, on the child's 13th birthday, that child becomes what birthed her. Very soon, this child will become what took her so many years ago. We are trying to find a cure. We are trying to find a solution. We don't want to kill her. We're trying
How does
to...
the baby fit into this?
The story started before this city was built, when I was still a young man. Being young and ambitious, I made a deal with what I thought was, at the time, a fortune teller, a gypsy, so to speak. She told me she would show me the best mountain to mine. She knew that was my trade. She told me that she would do this all for nothing, but she would come back and I would have to give her what she asked for 30 years from now, 30 years from then. The day she came back was the day that I had Miranda. And she asked for my child, and I said no. She made a bargain, my friends. We made a bargain. And I'm losing that bargain. I am about to lose my family. And I'm indebted to you for getting my youngest back to me before she could do the same to her. I truly am. But these men are all that stands between us and a very powerful creature destroying this city.
Well, have you learned your lesson?
Yeah.
He just kind of looks at you and just, he doesn't even dignify it with a response. He just kind of shakes his head.
And I look back at the half work, and I just kind of, I'm trying to check to see if he's accepted this answer, if he needs more information to calm down.
I thought she was like 60.
I had a hand out like I was about to grip one of the guys that are robed that are leaning over the shackled child, like I was about to grip him by the neck when the explanation started. So he's kind of standing like this, and he's hearing what's going on, and he's like, just every bit of his self-control to stop the rage from punching this guy and he's wearing the leather gauntlets with bone shards that protrude as the spikes off the back of his gauntlet. And it's just like every bit of his rage, he's just holding himself back.
The Lord says, the man on the floor, his name is Cedric. He is a very powerful wizard. And he has been in my service for more than 12 years, searching for a cure for my child. He thinks he has found one, but it's not an easy task. And there's a few things that we need. And even then, we aren't sure, but it's the best chance that we have. Will you help us again? Will you help us try? Will you help us save this family?
Sure, but on two conditions.
And those would be?
You have to be straight, honest with us, and you can't be an asshole anymore. Respect is very important.
If you will take this undertaking, I will do my best to treat you as equals. And if you succeed, I will be in your debt, and my family will be in your debt forever. And I will guarantee your position within your organization, as I have the ear of some rather high-ranking jackals.
Raxock lowers his hands down to his waist. He turns slowly, walks over to the guy on the floor, reaches down and grabs him by the collar and lifts him up off the ground with one hand and says, "I will cure you." And he puts cure wounds on him.
Bill, 1 point of inspiration, bro.
Dude, what you should have done is just slapped him awake with cure wounds.
I rolled on a 1 die On a 1 die 8, I rolled an 8, and I get a spell bonus of +4, so he gets back 12 hit points. I gave him back half of what I punched out of his mouth.
Yeah. So he wakes up, and he's certainly groggy, but he wakes up and realizes he's missing his teeth, or most of them on the right side. He just kind of looks at the ranger, and he looks at everyone else, and he says again, all you had to do was knock.
And I just go, you people just don't learn your lesson. Respect is the lesson. Respect is the lesson.
To be fair, he did knock.
Exactly.
Raxok slowly lowers this wizard to where his feet can touch the earth again, and he's still staring him square in the face with a rage in his eye as he lets go of the collar and slowly backs away.
And Cedric just kind of takes his robe and dusts himself off and kind of squares himself up. He's has to be prim and proper. And he said he looks over at Kanye, and he says, "Are these the ones you have chosen to get me what I need? Is this what you've decided? Is this the best that you can have?" And the Lord looks at him. He says, "These men, or these people, found my child. They have already saved one of my children. We must treat them with respect and trust them that they are our best bet to save Miranda as well." And obviously this wizard is used to listening to the Lord. He doesn't question him. He just looks at him and nods. And he says, which one of you is the best at riddles? Which one of you would you say is the most sharp-minded or sharp-witted?
Between all of us, I would say that either me or I glance around. Perhaps the sorcerer.
Yeah, I definitely look directly at the rogue.
The wizard looks at the half-orc and says, "Obviously not this one."
Respect. Lessons are learned here. Respect, please.
Integrity is very important to me. You have none. If you wish to keep the teeth on the left side of your mouth, watch how you use your tongue.
Oh,
The half-orc's probably smarter than me.
He looks at the orc and he says, "Do you mind if I walk over to your little friend?"
I step out of his way.
Okay. He just kind of looks at you, and he really wants to say something, but he's keeping his mouth shut. And he walks over to the rogue. And hold on 1 second, Joel. I'm going to mute you, bud. He walks over to the rogue, and he pulls this old piece of parchment out of his robe, and written on it is a rhyme. And he explains that we found this years ago in an old book that spoke about the evil of the world and what incantations or potions could be made to possibly save someone that had been cursed like this. And it reads, and pardon me while I read it, it reads, "The essence of she who turned the child, with darkened heart and soul defiled, a gem of night from where she slain, and the love of her mother shed in pain. Only then will the child find rest into a vessel divinely blessed. Drink it down, every drop, for only then will the nightmare stop." And he says, we've been reading this for quite a long time, and we know several things, but we can't figure it all out. We know that the essence of she who turned the child must be the hag who consumed her initially. We know that a gem of night is a very powerful trinket that hags wear that makes them immune to disease. We know that it's something that must be drank or drunk. But the love of her mother shed in pain, we weren't sure there. And finding a divine vessel, we weren't exactly sure what was meant that. So if you can offer any insight into what things we should be looking for, we would welcome that.
Can you type that to me? Because it's really loud over here right now.
I will type it in chat. Just give me a second. Now, where is Bill's girl when we need him? Just give me a second. You guys can chat while I'm typing this.
Yeah, so, my question would be, if you guys don't even know what you're doing, then what is exactly going on with the girl right now?
Well, they're afraid she's going to turn into a hag, obviously.
Fast ritual, or?
He looked down and said, it is very simply to keep her restrained, to keep her arms and legs and mouth so she cannot speak a spell, so she cannot waver, use any semantic motions for spells, just to be there.
Wouldn't it have been kinder to tell her what you were going to do before you just attacked her?
How do you know that we didn't? She
Because
laid
she
in that
screamed.
bed voluntarily.
She screams voluntarily?
Children get afraid. Children can get scared.
Okay, so are you sure that there's only one hag in this swamp? Is the swamp small enough that only one hag would claim it as a territory?
We are sure of nothing, except that Miranda was found in the bog, and hags live for a very long time. And all we are sure of is that she is there, and that she must be killed, and we must take her essence.
How long ago did you find that out?
We found this manuscript about 10 years ago.
But how long ago did you find out the passage that you needed to get the portion of the hag?
About 10 years ago.
I see. And you do realize that the child is turning 13 in a few hours, right?
Actually, the child's turning 13 in about 15 minutes.
Oh.
It doesn't say, nowhere does it say that once the child turns, that it cannot be saved. As a matter of fact, everything that we've read says that the child must turn in order to be cured. The curse must take effect for it to be cured.
I see. Maybe you guys could have, worked something out for us to have come earlier. But sure, this is perfect. I love when time is stacked against me.
He smiles. He smiles at you, and he goes, at the risk of sounding disrespectful, do you think you are the first people that we have asked to go after this creature? Do you think you are the first? In what world would that be? Would that make sense? Of course you're not the first. We've been trying for years, and no one comes back. No one.
But this is the first time you called the Copper Jackals.
Correct. The Copper Jackals and I are recent acquaintances.
All right.
I didn't know of you.
Could I use an investigation on this piece of paper?
Sure. What
Seeing
do you
if
want to know?
If there's any special way that it's written. Like if it could be God, what do you call them? Where like words are placed in certain orders, like a cipher.
You know, it's not. It's not. It is what it is. Right there. There's really nothing hidden in that message.
Also,
the only thing he is good.
You say Drakened Heart, not Darkened Heart.
Darkened. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was typing. The Darkened Heart. You know that you must. The wizard believes that that means that you must slay the hag and you must take her blood. You must take the gem from around her neck. That gem that makes hags immune to disease. You must. He says you must find a divine vessel for this. And he just kind of fades away. I'm just not sure about the rest of it.
Do you know what a divine vessel means? I mean, that sounds pretty vague.
He nods and he said, a divine vessel would be any object blessed by a god or a goddess.
Oh.
Anything
yeah.
that perhaps you could hold the blood in. Because anything other than something blessed by the divine, the blood would eat through. It's almost acidic. You would need something blessed.
To hold the blood of this...
To hold the blood of the hag, yes.
Okay, and do you happen to have that here, or you gotta pull that out of thin air too?
There is a place in the city. There is a temple of Gond. G-O-N-D. He is the god of crafting and smiths. He is the, as they call him here, the Wonder Bringer. He is worshipped here for everything that we make. There is a temple there. Those people there may be able to help you.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you've asked them already and they told you no?
They didn't tell me no. They told me there were some tests, or a test, that would be required, and I wasn't prepared to take that test.
Oh, and you've had 10 years to train. Are you prepared now?
No, that's what we had before.
Well, you've had 10 years. I apparently have 5 minutes. So is there anything I should know about these tests, or that we should know before we go?
My friend, you keep preaching respect, yet you do not come at me with respect.
Yeah, well, my patience is very thin right now.
As is mine.
So, again, is there anything we should know about this test? Anything? Before we go there and have to, I don't know, do whatever they need us to do?
All I can tell you is that it requires a sacrifice. I don't know what, but it requires a sacrifice.
All right. So while the rogue is still trying to figure out the puzzle, I'm just gonna go over to the half orc and just kind of go, "Are you all right, man? You kind of tensed up back there."
The half-orc has actually moved over to a wall just outside the door that he shattered, away from the child that's shackled to the bed. He understands now why the child is tied down, but you can tell he's still very uncomfortable in here. And he's crouched down over his pack, which he kind of dropped on his way through the door. And he reaches in and he pulls out this small folded up piece of leather cloth. And he's unfolding it, and he reaches in and he pulls out what appears to be a small set of child-sized manacles. They're broken at the ends. And he holds them up and he says, "I wore these for 9 years of my life. No child, no slavery. It is not right."
So
real quick, guys, I just put a link for my map of the city of Copperfield. Just so I should have done it at the beginning. I apologize. But you guys are now in the center mansion in the upper left of it. It gives you a better idea of the size and scope of the area that you're in. I apologize I didn't give that to you before. And one other thing, just so you guys have it. Bear with me a moment. This is the other map of the area that gives you Copperfell and the bog and everything. Just so you have it. So the wizard looks at the orc, at the half orc, and says, "This child will not be a slave. This child is cursed, and the hag that cursed her wanted her as a slave, to become a slave to evil. And we're doing everything that we can to not allow that to happen. So please, I understand this hits home, and it's difficult, but understand we want nothing but the freedom of this child to live the rest of her life in peace."
And Raxok lowers the little manacles back into the soft leather and folds them back up, and he puts them back in the pack, which he closes and lifts back over his shoulder. "Where is she?"
She's in the bog. That's all we know. But first, why don't you go to the temple? And then he looks over at the rogue. He looks over Joe, and he says, "Have you figured out anything else? What these other things, what the mother's pain could be?"
Well, if it requires a sacrifice, it could be that we need to sacrifice the mother.
I don't think that would be acceptable to the Lord of the Manor.
Could also be symbolic, like perhaps just some sign of affection or sadness from a family member like the mother.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Could be a sign of affection or something from the mother as a gift for the child that we could use in the ceremony.
But what would a mother shed in pain for her child? What could that be? Perhaps ask your other group here. Does anyone else have an idea?
When my mother saw
could
me
a-
in chains, she shed tears.
He looks at you and he says, "Maybe you are not as dim-witted as I originally thought, my friend. That is brilliant. A mother's tears, shed in pain. That is what we need. Well done."
you guys seem to have a lot of those, so you guys work on that. We'll go to the temple, and I just kind of look at the half orc, and I just go, and that was almost a compliment. It was like a little bit of a compliment. We're getting there. So let's just go to this temple.
So, okay, so you walk over, the orc walks out and walks over the shards of door and broken wood and metal. That, now that would be difficult terrain, just so you know. And so he walks out, and you guys know from your map, if you want to pull it up, as soon as you go out of the noble quarter, to your right is a very large temple. Okay, that's where you need to be going. Now, it is right before midnight, and are we walking out? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. As you walk out and you hear the door close behind you, you hear more screams and more cries. Except this time it's not a little girl. It's something more, for lack of a better phrase, evil. A little just something else, something that is not that little girl anymore. Think The Exorcist, that type of a voice. Okay, Robert, mute yourself. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to go down to the temple? Yes?
Yeah. As we're walking, I just want to tell the half-orc that if only one of us has to take this test, I think you have the strongest connection to this, so it probably should be you.
Okay.
If it protects the girl, I'll do it.
Okay.
Overhearing this, I remember he said it would take a sacrifice, and I kind of have the least to lose, so...
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
you guys, it's not a very long walk to the temple. You knock on the temple door. It's a very large, as you see in the map, it's a very large structure. It's pretty plain outside, but you see symbols that is a gear, a cog, with 4 spokes, kind of in a, not a cross, but kind of a bullseye. And that is the sign of Gond. And this is a temple that they worship inventiveness and crafting, and they encourage sharing of ideas and things like that. They're not a warring race. They worship or faith. They just want to share new creations with the world to make the world better. So they're generally a good aligned race. A lot of gnomes are big into this, dwarves and humans for the most part. And as you walk up to this, you knock on the on the main large door, and a gnome about 3.5 feet tall answers the door, and in front is the half-orc, and he looks up and just smiles, and he said, "I was told that you would be coming. Please, don't knock this door down. Please come inside. Your reputation precedes you, sir."
I raise my fist up and flick one of the wizard's teeth out of the spikes.
He said, "Cedric told me that he would be sending people to be tested, that Gond would have to judge you to see if you are worthy of his vessel. And he leads you through this big open hall, kind of the sanctuary, made of stone and brick. The walls are aligned with trinkets and machines. They're not moving. They're just sitting there as if they're kind of like the statues in a modern church, but they're just examples of things that didn't work, and they encourage that. And the whole time, this what only you can think of is like an acolyte or something. He didn't introduce himself. He just said, "Come in." This acolyte just mumbles, and you can't really make out what he's saying. He's just mumbling, and he says, "This is a test that you all must take. This isn't just something, as Cedric thought, that one man or woman needed to do. This was something that everyone must do. And it will involve all of you sacrificing something. Are you willing to take that risk?"
Yes.
You are willing to take a risk for a child that you've never met, that has nothing to do with you.
For the
Wow.
girl, for the copper jackals.
One at a time. Why? The orc first.
For the girl, for the copper jackals, and for integrity.
Joe.
I don't know. I spent the better part of yesterday with her.
He just shakes his head and he goes, "This is not a laughing matter, my friend. This is more dangerous than you can imagine."
Hmm.
Jonathan.
So he just goes. So he says yes, and he just says, I serve Helm, and as a guardian, as a protector, there's no other reason I need than that she needs protecting. That's it.
And Daniel, or Godfrey.
I know what it's like to lose a kid. No one should have to go through that.
He nods at three of you in understanding and agreement, except the rogue. He looks at him and he said, make sure you really do this for the right reason. Otherwise you will be thrown into the fire of Gon's forges for eternity. And he just kind of ushers you down a hall and into a room, a stone room. And in the middle of this room is a winding staircase and all you know is that it goes down. And he stands up at the top and he says, what you seek lies down there. This is as far as I go. I am a servant of God. He has already tested me. This is my place. I wish you all luck.
Raxox starts down the stairs.
Okay?
Yeah. I go pretty much alongside him. If they're too narrow,
gotta
I
go
walk
single
behind
file?
him.
What is your walking order?
I'll go
So-
first.
Yeah, I'll go right behind him.
Third.
Okay? So we got the
Yes.
rogue bringing up the rear?
So we're as we appear on the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Kind of. You guys appear differently on my screen.
Yeah, so it's
Wow.
fine. So we got the orc, we got the cleric, we got the sorcerer, then we got the rogue.
Half orc.
Yes.
Correction.
And so you go down. It's quite a ways. Probably 12 or 15 flights of stairs, kind of going down. So you're probably down another 100 feet, and it opens up into what you can only see as a cave, a very large cavernous expanse, underground cave. You have areas there that are glowing red and orange from what looks to be lava. It's obviously very warm down here. It's almost hard to breathe, but you see in the middle of this, and it's several hundred feet across. You notice that in the middle of this is an anvil. Just one anvil. It's made of a material that you don't recognize. It's not steel. It's not copper. It's just a material that almost gleams and sparkles even though it's dark in there. And it doesn't sparkle red like the light that you see. It looks brighter than that. Like it's an otherworldly thing. And around it, in a circle, is definitely lava. Volcanic lava. Nothing's bubbling, it's just there. It sheds a little bit of light. You cannot see to the other end of the cavern, though. You just see that it looks like a clear walk all the way over.
Well, I guess we go to the anvil.
Okay?
Yep.
I'm going to be looking around, trying to notice anything I can about the surrounding area.
Okay, what's everybody's passive perception besides you, Joe?
16.
12.
10.
Okay. Who is leading the way to the anvil?
I am still.
Okay. You don't really notice much on the way. You just see that It's a very large anvil, probably 2 to 3 times the normal size that you would see in a typical blacksmith shop. The anvil does not have a mark on it. It's pristine. Doesn't look like anything has ever been worked on this anvil. It looks like it was made earlier today and shined and polished to a sheen that you've never seen before. But nothing besides that, nothing else is seen. But you hear something off in the distance, like an electrical wire that was cut, like it's sparking. But it's pretty far away, but you do hear something.
What do I see in here? Or is it just that?
It's just that's all that you notice, Joe, is that, and you can see with your perception way off in the distance a very small flickering light. Very, very small. But you do see it in the very far corner of the cavern. But over there is completely dark, except for that sparking.
I'm going to walk a little bit forward, put my hand on the orc's shoulder, point to where that spark is, and I'm like, do you see anything over there?
Do I see it now that he's pointed it out?
Yes.
There's a spark of some kind.
And it's probably 200 feet away. You just see a little flickering light. You don't really know what it is, and you hear it. But it would need to be investigated closer.
Do I have to cross the lava to get to it, or is it still on this side, or what's the deal?
The lava opening in this circle is only about 2 feet. You can easily jump over it as long as you don't, tarry. You could easily just jump over it. And there's little pockets of it throughout the cavern, but nothing that you can't avoid just by paying attention.
I'm going to, could I cast Dancing Light and send it up towards there? I think it has a really far casting.
Yeah, find the range for me, and if it's probably about 200 feet away, so tell me how far you want to go. And I believe you get 20 feet of light from that.
It's 120 feet.
Okay. So if you just want to go a little bit closer, Joe, you could cast that all the way to the corner.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. And you just do the one, or you do how many lights do you do?
I do 4 torch-sized lights, and I put them around the spark over there.
Okay.
Just to sort of encompass it.
Yeah, what you see is it looks like almost like 2 small doors, maybe 2 feet high by 1 foot across. And to the left of this door is another one of those glowing blue magical sigils. You don't know what the symbol means, but it's glowing blue. And around it, you see 6 slots, basically, that are connected through, it looks like pieces of copper wiring or tubing. And you see that when this sigil is sparking, there are 2 pieces of refined copper that are the next 2 steps from this sigil, and it kind of arcs over to them each time. And this is blue, whitish blue spark, your typical electricity. But apparently the other pieces of metal are missing. They've fallen out or they've been stolen. It stops at that, and when it gets to that final piece that's embedded in there, that's when you see that spark and it just fizzles out.
Okay, so it's creating a circuit, and the circuit's being broken at the end.
That's what it looks like to you, yes.
Okay. I'm going to mention, how far up is this?
Probably about 5 feet. It's not. It's within
not
easily. Yeah. No. Meaning it's
way up.
Oh no. It's 5 feet up the wall. I'm assuming that you all were walking over towards it. It's probably 30 feet away, 40 feet away right now.
Sorry, when you said the corner of the room, I was thinking top corner. So I'm like thinking 40 feet in the air or something.
No. It's easily accessible if you're standing in front of it.
All right. Does my party see it?
Yeah, you pointed it all out. They can, if they're up there with you, they can see everything.
Okay. I'm going to look around the room, see if I can find any connective wire, any copper that I can use.
The only copper that you have, that any of you have, is what was given to you by the copper jackals in your pocket or in your bag. It was the ore that was given as your golden ticket, so to speak, to possibly be part of the jackals.
So
I'm going to reach down, pull it out. Well, they did say that we all had to sacrifice something.
So, before I go ahead and give up my copper, or is there anything inscribed on this anvil at all? Can I make a religion check to see if I know anything about Gone that would help us out or give us any clues?
Sure. Roll me a religion check, and the cleric too. Oh yeah, you are the cleric. Never mind.
Yeah. I definitely am the cleric, but I am apparently not a good cleric. So I got a 7 on that.
Yeah, you're not really that familiar, but why doesn't everybody give me a religion check?
13.
4.
19 unmodified. I don't have any bonuses.
Man, what would you guys do without the half-orc?
Probably use my inspiration.
You notice, the half-orc notices that he's familiar with followers of Gond, that they tended to be respectful, that they tended to be polite, that they tended to be good, to bring good into the world. Does anyone read Dwarvish?
I
speak
do.
Dwarvish?
I do.
Okay. You don't know anything about, or very much about, the faith, but you do know that the runes on the anvil are in Dwarvish. And you know that what the translation, the loose translation on the anvil, says all begins and ends in fire. That's all that you see.
So, I guess as the rogue is kind of headed towards the door, I'm kind of trying to decipher these runes. And once I've gotten what it says, I repeat what you say to everybody else.
Okay. And the doors that the rogue sees, it's small. It's like a cabinet. It's not a whole set of doors. It's maybe 2 feet by 1 feet, with a crack down the middle. But it's certainly closed and closed tight. But it's not a full-blown door, though. What do you guys want to do?
So my character goes over to see what the rogue is doing. What do the shapes in the door look like?
They are diamonds. They are kind of, if you took it's really a square, but they kind of put it on a 45-degree angle, so it looks like, kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there is metal. There is copper metal that is connecting these ports. Just nothing in 4 of the ports.
Let's see. So my next question is there only an anvil here?
That is all that is in this whole cave.
Okay. So it would be very hard for us to smelt these down and then use the anvil to nail them out.
Correct. You would not be able to smelt the ore into that particular shape, no. The openings are slightly larger than the chunks of ore that you all have. They could fit in there.
You said that
Yeah.
there are chunks of, or not chunks, but there are copper bits that are hanging out of the other
Yes.
sections of the door. How many other sections are there total?
There are 6 total. 2 have been filled by polished, refined copper. They are starting that circuit.
And how much of that polished, refined copper is standing out from the door? Is there enough to where we could cut a piece off and move it to another section?
No, it's completely flush. You wouldn't be able to do anything with it, and still keep the circuit.
So, I don't think my character would really understand what's going on with the electricity. So, I would ask the rogue, do you know this contraption? Do you understand it?
So do I know the function of these diamonds yet? Like, is it readily apparent what they do?
To you, yes.
Yeah.
You
that
see that you think, just due to your perception and your just natural insight, that it's obvious that you're going to be required to complete this circuit in order to open up these doors. You have to find a way to complete the circuit.
All right. But you said there's these small diamonds that we could put things in. Is there like a door or a latch?
No, there's a diamond shape. There are diamond-shaped kind of indentations in this stone. It's polished stone. It has obviously been worked and carved. It's not your natural stone. And you have these diamond-shaped openings where things could go put in. And they're probably 4 or 5 inches deep. And you know, they said they're probably 3 or 4 inches around, about, like I said, just about like that.
So they're not like a chamber. It looks more like just a indentation on the wall.
Like a hole, yeah, but a polished, carved, purposeful hole.
Is there anything around that would match that shape?
The only thing that matches are the 2 pieces of copper that are already inserted in the first 2 holes.
Okay.
Do you tell my character like any of this?
Yeah. As I'm looking it over, I can be telling you.
Okay. So right now you pretty much told me almost everything. You're just trying to figure out what fits into the hole.
Yeah. I apparently noticed that the other coppers are about the same size. Is there a way that I could remove one?
No, it's completely flush.
So, I just wanted to see whether or not my character would have the bright idea to put his copper into the hole, and I rolled a 2, so he definitely doesn't. So, he goes over and tries to pull the half-orc and the sorcerer in on this, and he just goes, okay, so the anvil doesn't actually do anything. There's no hammer, there's no smelting tools. This door is clearly the test. We have to open the door. Does anybody see anything that we can use to open this door? Any contraption, any lever, anything that can, or shapes, this diamond shape, anything that can fit into this hole would probably do the trick as well.
Hey, Bill and Daniel, give me insight checks, Bill and Daniel, and even you, Joe.
What?
Give me an insight check, please.
15.
Bill.
I got an 11.
Okay.
13.
Okay. You needed to roll a 15, Joe, so you did it. Joe understands that the copper pieces that you each hold could possibly fill this circuit. They would fit. You would have to move them around a little bit, but they would fit into these holes.
Okay, so I'm going to test mine, and the first one, though, looks like it'll complete the chain. Just
Sure. You put it in there, and this thing is pulsing every few seconds. And when it hits the new one, the sparking is no longer blue. It starts to spark in like a yellowish orange color, and it does seem to be completing to the next stage, to the next circuit. But once it gets to there, the copper ore that you're dealing with it's just different. You don't know why, but it's causing it to be a different color. You don't know what's different about the copper. You don't know, but it's reacting differently than those smelted copper pieces.
Okay. Upon seeing him do that, I don't know if it's working or not, and I go, okay, and I just put mine in too.
Okay. Same thing. It goes to the next stop, and they both start kind of pulsing with this crackly, orangey yellow electricity, but it keeps coming down each time. It stays blue until it gets to the rogue's first piece of copper, and then it turns to that orange color.
Godfrey would follow suit as well, trusting that these guys are smarter than him.
Okay. It's fine.
Agreed.
Again, same thing. Okay, everybody puts them in, and you see this circuit get completed. And as that happens, those 4 copper pieces that you put in there begin to glow. This kind of yellow, it just gives off this faint glow. When that happens, the outlines of the doors and the center opening all begin to glow this yellow color. And the doors slowly part. They part to about a foot. And what you see with that is this whole circle, this circuit stays lit. It doesn't pulse anymore, it stays lit. And inside this opening is for lack of a better phrase, a chalice. But it's a blown, it almost looks like blown glass. It is a very dark glass. It is gray and black. It has kind of streaks of red and yellow. But it is obviously a very well-crafted artisanal kind of piece that is sitting there approximately 1.5 feet in from the opening.
Is the chalice larger or smaller than the opening? Would it fit through the 1 foot opening we've got in the door?
Yes, it's a normal size chalice. It's about half the size of the opening.
I'm going to attempt to take the chalice with Mage Hand without reaching my hand in there.
Okay. How far is everybody from the opening? Are you all right there?
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty close to.
Okay.
I'd say I'm probably right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say I'm probably still in the opening.
Okay, Joe, you want to use Mage Hand to grab the chalice?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, do we see the actual hand, or is it just invisible?
Well, it would kind of have like a shimmer effect, I would assume, like
Okay.
rippling in the shape of a hand as it's moving through.
Yeah. You cast Mage Hand, and it gets to the opening of that nook, and it dissipates. It will not cross the threshold.
Upon seeing that, I'm like, thought so. I look around at everyone. Anyone want to volunteer?
Yeah, so
Yeah. Oh.
Morgan would just start walking
Walking where?
towards the chalice.
Okay.
So once he gets there, is there anything other than the chalice here?
Except for the circuit that's around? No. There is nothing.
So there's another circuit around the chalice?
No. Just around the opening of that area that opened up that the chalice was in. That's all. You just see the chalice, the open, and that kind of faint yellow glow from the circuit and from within, behind the chalice.
Okay. So is a chalice? Is a chalice like at my level, or can I
Yeah.
look into it to see if there's full kind of liquids?
It's about 5 feet off the ground. Any of you could go in and just reach it with your bare hand if you wanted to.
Does it have any liquid in it?
No, there's nothing in it.
Okay, then yeah, I just pick up the chalice.
Okay. You stick your hand in there, and I assume that you grab the base,
Mhm.
and it doesn't move.
I see. Okay.
Nor does your hand.
Oh,
It stays there, and so do you.
okay. Am I paralyzed?
No, you just can't pull your hand off the chalice, and the chalice isn't going anywhere.
I see. And I just say, of course. Okay. And I just say, don't touch the chalice. It's enchanted. Of course.
I'm gonna cast. Can I cast Identify on it?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Are you familiar with Identify?
No, read it to me. At least not on a blessed chalice.
Give me a sec if someone else wants to do something first.
Sure. Sorcerer or half-orc there?
Godfrey would make the suggestion maybe the sacrifice has to be our hand.
Alright, so you choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting. If it's a magic item or some other magic-imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them. Whether it requires attunement to use, how many charges it has. You learn whether any spells are affecting it and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the cast, you learn what spells are currently affecting them. So
Okay.
I would reach my
wanna-
hand and touch it and focus on it and use Identify.
Okay. You grab it on top of Morgan's hand, and you two are stuck to it and cannot move. Your hand off of it. It will not budge again. The only thing that it really tells you is this was a vessel that was blessed by Gond himself. This is something that he at one point drank from, and at one point this was filled with the water from his forge, from the quenching waters of his forge. What it does, the only thing, it's kind of muddled in your mind, but it's more that you feel that it's to put out fires. You don't know why, but something about it says put out fires. But there's really no special skills or special things that it does other than being a vessel. But you two are now stuck to that. What do the sorcerer and the ranger want to do?
Do you tell us what it is that you sense out of this chalice, or?
Yeah, I would, before touching the chalice, say, hey, I'm going to see if I can learn anything from it. Touch it, and then basically anything I can get from it, I'll be telling the party.
Okay.
I look to the sorcerer. I'm not I have some spell ability, but I am not versed in this.
Maybe we need to make it do its job, and I'll kind of hold my hand above the chalice and use Firebolt.
Where
I
do
got
you
a
want
guy
to cast the firebolt?
I guess in the place where it would normally hold the drink.
So you want to put your hand in there.
In there, but not touching the chalice.
Okay. You cross the plane where the mage hand dissipated, and your hand immediately goes to the chalice and gets stuck to it. You can't cast anything.
It's up to you, Ranger.
So you have the three of you there, and you have this half-orc just standing there, kind of dumbfounded, like, "Okay, what's going on?"
So I just tell the half-orc, worst case scenario, we all die together.
Best case scenario, you can remove one of the copper pieces.
Question: Can we still move our bodies?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, guys, chopping off a limb is always an option.
Raxock, I was just going to say, Raxock draws out a hand axe, and he takes his left hand and reaches past the party into the door to touch the chalice, and raises his hand axe above his arm, prepared to cut it off if he needs to.
Before
So dark.
we lose hand, and before you touch the chalice, can you try removing the thing to complete the circuit?
Do you want me to pull one of the pieces of copper out?
Yeah. Maybe this thing's magical, and as long as it connects the circuit, the doors remain open, but also the field.
Well, I'm not versed in magic or trap doors or anything of that nature, but it seems to me that the doors opened when we completed the circuit.
Yeah.
If I remove the circuit, your arms are stuck and the door's closed. Don't we have the same problem I was about to do with my hand axe?
Yeah. But theoretically,
we would be trapped in a room, but we wouldn't be stuck to a chalice. Step up there.
But at least in this circumstance, we would know if that's the right course of action, other than just cutting off our hands.
So, so is the door thick enough that if he opened it, like if he pulled the thing out and closed it on the other side, he would be able to hear us?
I don't understand the question. Go ahead.
Is the door thick enough that if we yell, he can hear us?
No, remember. This isn't a door. You've referenced this several times. This is like a cabinet in a wall.
Oh, I see.
Right, where the doors open like this, and there's probably a foot opening, and so
Okay.
all your hands the opening is probably 2 feet tall, and the chalice is sitting in it, right? And each of those doors meets in the middle. It's about a foot, so you're all standing in the same place right now, even the orc, half orc.
Okay. Then, yeah. So, instead of all of us getting our arms chopped off for no reason, why don't you just touch the chalice and join us in our starvation party that we're having right now?
Once
Based
again,
on the distance we are from the distance we are from the door, we could each pull one of the copper chunks out if I put my hand in there and we get stuck anyway.
That's true. I mean, we all have stuff to cut our arms off. It'd be kind of hard with me and my pike, but I'd work it out.
I would gladly do it for you.
That's friendship right there. It's brotherhood.
I pull a second hand axe off my belt and hand it to the cleric before I reach through with my left hand.
I go,
I
thank
would
you.
be reaching for my hand axe as you get yours out.
So do you reach in, Bill?
I do reach in. I reach for the chalice.
Okay. You reach in and your hand goes directly to the chalice. All four of you are now touching the chalice, and you feel a slight buzzing in your hand, like you're being mildly electrocuted. And all at once there is a bolt of this yellow orangish, for lack of a better phrase, lightning that goes into the chalice and into all of you, and all of you get pushed back 10 feet and knocked prone. All of you still holding on to that chalice, but the chalice is out and you are holding it. At this time, you start to hear kind of a muffled rumbling, and you notice that the floor in front of the cabinet is pulling back rather quickly, and you notice that the openings that the copper pieces were in, the copper ore was in, are starting to close, and they're starting to crush. And you can see the 2 smelted pieces of copper that are in there just getting squished and squeezed and ultimately destroyed. You just see it going slowly, slowly. But the 4 pieces that you guys put in, they're getting pressed. They're getting crushed, but it's not reacting like the other copper. It's not reacting like that smelted copper. It's stronger. It's something. But as they get pushed, that electricity gets almost looks like it's building. And as there is no way that you could get to them, just as as this stuff stops, all 4 of your copper pieces, or all 4 of your ore, are now pressed to about an inch thick, and they flattened, but they have not been destroyed. The other 2 have been destroyed, and all 4 of them get shot out of those openings, landing several feet away from you, but still glowing with that orangey yellow faint glow.
Can I let go of the chalice?
You can try.
I attempt to let go of the chalice.
Okay. You can.
I'll let one of them hold the magical chalice, and I go try to gather up our copper ore for everybody and bring it back.
Sure. Not a problem.
Mage hand can't get burned to lift up my copper piece and put it inside the chalice.
Okay. It's fine. You put it in there. There's no reaction. While the half-orc goes over and grabs his, it isn't warm. It's actually quite cool to the touch. But Joe's is sitting in the chalice, and the other 2 are on the ground for Morgan and Godfrey.
Oh, I thought Raxox was going to pick all of them up.
Oh,
yeah, I'm retrieving them for everybody and bringing them back to them.
Except for Joe's, who he grabbed with Mage Hand and put it in the chalice.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm not gonna take it away from the half-orc. I'll let him do me a nice favor. But I'll hold on. I'll hold on to the chalice if nobody else is going to hold on to it.
Yeah. And Joe realizes with his just natural insight that there's something different about the ore that you each have. Yes, it looks like copper, it smells like copper, it tastes like copper, but there's something different. You don't know what it is. Perhaps you'll learn that more in the future.
Okay.
But there's certainly something different. And he'll tell all of you. So you have everything now that you need. About 50 feet of that far corner is now, the floor has been removed, and you cannot get back over there, so your only way out is past the anvil again to the stairs.
Okay. So yeah, I head back after Raxix gives me my my ore back. I start heading back up the stairs.
Now, what do you guys do with the 3 besides Joe? Who has the chalice?
I do.
Cleric does.
As you walk by with Joe's ore in the chalice, as you walk by the anvil, you hear kind of a jingling in the glass, and that copper ore kind of pops out and sticks to the anvil. It seems like it's magnetic, but it's not. But they're not magnets, and you can pull it off. It's not a problem. But it does want to be close, and when they're close, they both kind of buzz. There's something going on with that interaction. You just don't know what.
I see.
I'm going to.
So I just kind of. Yeah, I just kind of hold the chalice up to show everybody like the copper piece that's just kind of stuck to it, and I kind of like do this to see if it like comes off.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, do you think the copper jackals will still accept these like this? Is this an appropriate condition for these to be minted?
Sure, why not?
Well, I hope so, or at least I hope they accept a very good excuse.
All right, so we want to go upstairs.
Is the copper ore sticking to the chalice or to the anvil?
It came out of the chalice and stuck to the anvil.
Oh,
And where on the anvil did it stick to?
Just to the top, straight up on the top.
I'm going to ask everyone to stick their copper pieces onto the top. Just
I thought it was stuck to the chalice.
Oh, me too.
Sorry. No, it's stuck to the anvil. And,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and placing all 4 of them on there, there's real no reaction, except it seems like the more of this you have together, the brighter that they glow. And it's just faint. It's not, like you're casting daylight on this thing or anything, but you definitely notice a difference when they're all really together. They seem to just emanate some power, but you can't really identify it.
So when they're all on the anvil, it doesn't do anything?
They just glow a little bit brighter, as does the anvil.
Does anyone have a hammer?
you can punch it.
I don't know. You can punch it. You should just slam your fist down on it. Maybe we can smelt our own coins.
I don't think that was exactly their plan.
Could I use an insight investigation or perception to perhaps see if there's any connection that I could do?
You can, but it's nothing that is going to be ascertained today. Maybe over time, but today you're not going to figure it out. It's better to move on today.
Okay. In that case, I will take the DM's advice, take my copper piece, and walk up the stairs.
Yeah. Now remember, these are basically a lot of the ore that was, because it wasn't pure copper, it's been crushed, so a lot of the rock that was attached is gone. It's not minted, it's not smelted, but it's a very different looking piece of copper now. It's not as rough as it was before.
I see. So I guess after I see the rogue, I go, you know what? I'm getting a message from Helm saying that this is a bad idea, and that we should move on. So I just take my copper piece back and just start walking back up the stairs.
Okay. You guys. Yeah.
Okay, Godfrey would take his copper piece, look to the half-orc and say, "Hey, let's go slay a hag, right?" And upstairs.
I take my piece of copper as well and nod and follow.
Okay. Well, you guys
Remember, the power of friendship.
It really would have been a lot of fun if you just chopped your own hand off, though. I was really hoping. I was like,
I thought that was what we were actually supposed to do for a second. I was like, oh god.
I love giving options. I thought
that we were just supposed to remove the ore pieces and that would turn it off and we just pull it out really quickly.
If you had touched the ore pieces, you would have taken 15 damage from electricity.
Okay,
it was completing the circuit. So anyway, so yeah, you guys go up the stairs and you are met by the smiling little gnome, and he says, "Well, it appears that Gond has judged you well." And he looks over at the chalice that the cleric's holding, and he says, "Ah, yes, that is certainly a gift. Use it well."
So what purpose is that room for?
He says it's theatrical.
That's a very specific room.
I'm sorry, it's a very specific what?
It's a very specific room. To me.
Room?
Cavern.
It has its purposes. Legend says that is the anvil of Gond, where he forged his first blade. And anything forged there is imbued with magical powers. And we worship there 2 or 3 times a year. And let's just say that many of us have seen images of God. He would grace us with those images to know that he is looking down upon us and inspiring us to do our best crafting. But for today, you've gotten what you seek. I believe there is a small child who needs you.
That's true. Just when you talk to Gon next, tell him that he left his hammer somewhere. I couldn't find it anywhere down there. It's just the anvil.
It never leaves his hand. He will bring it when necessary.
Well, it's a good idea.
Maybe you should have a spare.
He looks at you all, and he walks you out, and he said, "I wish you all Gon's blessings on your journey."
And I wish you all of Helms on whatever you do at the temple.
He just nods and closes the door. Where do you guys want to go? It's about 4 in the morning.
All right, so let's go. In the words of Godfrey, let's go kill some hags.
Would you guys like to rest?
Yeah, we should sleep at some point.
Oh,
You've been going almost 2 days.
Yeah, and I haven't had an opportunity to replenish my spell either. So since I did use that cure wounds,
About to say.
It's only about half a day to the bog or marshlands. So if you did a long rest for 8 hours now, you could get there by dusk if you left at noon.
All right. So I guess as we're going to sleep, I asked Godfrey, do you think that hags are evil because we call them hags? I mean, that's a pretty disrespectful name.
Well, is it disrespectful because it's disrespectful, or is it disrespectful because we're naming them after the hags?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a lot of mental conundrums there. Like, are hags named after hags?
Friend.
Yeah. What came first, the hag or the hag? You know,
Mm.
the questions that keep me awake at night.
On that note, as we are debating the philosophy of the vernacular of the peasantry, we should move on. And everyone has rested, and it is now about noon. And you have a messenger wake you all up around noon from the Lord, and he said, "Please hurry. She has already begun the transformation."
Oh, that's good. It's good that the transformation is a lot slower than I thought. So, yeah, let's go. Are there any horses that they can spare to get us to the bog as fast as possible?
Yeah, if you guys want to go down to the stables, it's going to be to the west of the market, which is that big circle on the map. You could absolutely go there and easily pick up a couple of horses. You should be able to get there in about an hour.
Yeah,
Okay.
So I suggest everybody that we do that. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get some horses, get to the swamp as quick as possible, and then find this hag, kill her, and bring it back. Simple, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So if everybody's in agreement, then we go to the stables, get the horses, and ride to the swamp, which I assume we can't ride these horses through the swamp, so to the swamp.
No, you're going to get to Fellwood Marsh, and you're going to have to let the horses go. And it's probably an hour through the marsh into the bog. And it'll probably take you, as I said, probably till about dusk to get in.
Okay.
There's really nothing along the trail, as I said. Not much rides this road. The only thing you do pass as you enter the marshlands. You do pass the bodies of the 2 half-ogres that you killed before. You don't really notice any difference except they're covered in flies, and they're slowly rotting in the sun on the road. But as you walk in, you notice as soon as you break that tree line, like that the half ogres were going to, you notice just this eerie feeling. Just maybe that you're being watched or that something's out there, but you can't pinpoint it. As you walk, the forest becomes more dense. It becomes a little misty, a little foggy. And as the canopy just gets closes in more and more, and you notice the difference once you get to the bog, to Miranda's bog. Because a marshland has trees and vines and things like that. A bog is dead. A bog doesn't have trees. A bog is everything in it is old dead trees and things like that, but there's not a lot of foliage. But it's pretty difficult terrain and mud to navigate. And it's almost like a green mist, kind of a thick green mist. So you're not seeing more than 20 feet, 30 feet ahead of you throughout this. But you're probably looking about 6, 7 o'clock at night, so the sun is going down. And off in the distance, you do see a light. You see, it kind of looks like a torchlight. And you hear laughing. Almost like a little girl laughing. And you see it way in the distance, but you can certainly hear something up there.
Could I try to look more intently at it, or to hear more intently?
Roll me a wisdom check, please.
Wouldn't that be perception?
No, it would be wisdom.
19.
Okay. You realize that this is not what it seems to be. With that wisdom check, you ascertain that something is mimicking something else. That there's probably not a little girl out there yelling for help or laughing or any of that. Any of these sounds that you hear off in the distance, something's mimicking those sounds.
Wait, was that supposed to be a wisdom save or a wisdom check?
That's supposed to be a wisdom check.
Okay. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't have that trained. So I'm
I assume that you're going to tell everybody that.
Yeah, I'll tell them. I'm not sure how versed everyone is in magic, but this seems to be pretty much the lair of the beast. And you should always kind of second guess everything that you're seeing.
Okay.
Okay. Can I cast Detect Evil and Good?
Absolutely. What's the range on it?
I just had it. It is. Oh. Wait. It's within 30 feet of me.
Okay. How long does it last?
It lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. And that's as long as you're concentrating, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely. As of right now, you don't notice anything. You don't notice anything evil around you. You're basically, guys are just kind of trudging through this muddy peat, moss, and just muck. Makes for very slow going. But you do still see up ahead of you kind of a torchlight, or just something through the fog that you can see.
Godfrey is going to grab at his orb necklace and slowly and cautiously make his way over there.
I'm sorry, you said Godfrey's going to what?
Make his way over there, but he's going to grab his necklace. That's his arcane focus.
Okay, sure. What's the rest of the party want to do?
Yeah, so I'm going to try to press forward as quickly as like the bog will allow me to. I'm trying to be like the beacon at this point, because I'll be able to sense 30 feet away where this thing is, since it has kind of the advantage of everything else around us.
Hmm.
I draw my hand axe and my longsword, and I follow Godfrey. I'm staying close by him in case he needs some defending.
Okay, Joe.
I'll be heading towards the middle of the group, and I'll be trying to get the bearings of where we are, fully kind of encompassing the area. I'm not really as prepped for battle as everyone else. I'm more just like, trying to see if maybe we're going around in circles, or like maybe if there's an illusion trying to mess with us.
And you guys just slowly trudge along, probably for another 30 minutes or 45 minutes, and that light keeps it. You don't get any closer. You still see the same distance. But as you get, these dead trees sort of open up, and you don't see many of them until you reach what just looks like a giant dead tree. A base of 20 feet around it, and up near there, up kind of intermingled in the dead branches, it just looks like an old dilapidated cabin. It looks like nobody's lived there in forever. There's vines kind of snaking through, and just doesn't look safe to be up there. But it certainly could house something.
Mm. So, do we go in and see if she's there, or do we try to get it to come to us?
I could investigate a little bit further.
Okay, where do you want to investigate?
The cabin. I could circle the tree to begin with, see if there's anything like unique about the roots of the tree. If I don't see anything, I'll see if maybe is there a passageway up to the cabin, or is it just kind of?
There's a small ladder and like a little path that goes up there on the side of the tree. It's difficult to climb up there for a normal size creature, but you could probably do it. Are you going to be doing it by yourself, or is somebody going to be with you?
It depends who else is stealthy. Not that I'm super stealthy.
Really, nobody.
Nobody? Nope. Alright.
Well,
I have
I'm one of the other people that aren't in armor.
I have some in woodland areas. I know this is a bog, but in woodland areas I do have some stealth as well. And the other thing is, just with my dex bonus, I'm not bad at stealth.
Okay. Morgan, what do you want to do?
So, yeah, this is definitely not Morgan's forte, and he doesn't want everybody to get stuck up there, so he's just going to stay outside and keep the perimeter while they go in.
How far are you going to stand away from the cabin?
If they go inside, he'll stand, wherever the stairs are, or wherever they have to go into.
Okay. So you guys are getting close to getting inside the cabin when Morgan gets this feeling of dread that something is standing right in front of him, right in front of you guys, but no one can see it. But he feels that there is this evil presence about 30 feet away, about the on the cusp of his range, that is right in front of him, almost at the cabin door.
So detect good or evil allows me to tell exactly what creature it is and exactly where it is, and how many there are.
I know Felix needs to pee.
I'm sorry?
Felix needs to pee.
I was trying to keep that in the chat so it was quiet, but
Well, it looked like no one else was reading the chat, and I am, so I didn't think anyone else knew.
Once we, that's fine. Yeah, if you need to go, dude, run. That's fine. Go pee. I know we kind of if everybody wants to take a quick, we literally probably have another half hour. It's almost done. But if everybody wants to take a quick pee break, do that.
That sounds good.
Okay, quickly.
My own personal reference stuff. Like, I guess I can know whether or not it's a aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead.
Okay.
So
You're-
I think hags are fey, right?
Yeah, hags are definitely fey. So you'll know that it's a fey.
Yeah. So that is a place or object within 30 feet of you. As well as where. Yeah. So I'll know. I'll be able to know exactly where she is within 30 feet, or it is. I don't know if hags can actually have genders.
Yeah, I didn't even realize we didn't take a pee break yet.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
The first 45 minutes were slow, but then it picked up pretty well. So.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty awesome. I'm going to use this opportunity to grab something to eat real quick, because I've been starving to death.
Oh.
So I will be right back.
All right.
My kitchen's right there, so I just.
All right, I'll be right back.
You for nothing, kid.
Sorry, guys. Hey, thanks, Joe, for letting everyone know.
Yeah, sorry, it looked like no one else was looking at the chat, and I was just like, he said that he's needed to pee for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. I was trying to keep it on the DL. I didn't want, like, I know we've got people watching this live right now, and the last thing I wanted to do was pause the game. I was trying to find out if I could step away without, causing a break, but the DM obviously wasn't reading the chat, so I didn't know what to do.
That's fine. I think most of us just have like Dice Stream up or something. So.
All right. Like I said, I know that first part with the baby was supposed to take like 30 minutes. It was like an hour and a half. So I'm sorry it's going a little bit long.
I appreciate that, guys. I am sorry for causing us to break with only 30 minutes left, but I had to go.
No problem.
No problem.
I had to go too.
Yeah, Jonathan just decided he was going to eat, so we'll see how long that takes.
All right.
But he knows, though. Good.
No, go. I'm still debating what I want to do.
Oh, well, I was telling Jonathan when you guys left that he does know what it is, and it is the hag, and it is invisible, standing at the doorway where you guys are. So he knows exactly what it is and where it is, but no one can see it.
Okay, so sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
Has the hag acted yet? Like, or is it just kind of sitting there at the doorway?
It's completely invisible. The hag doesn't know that you guys know where she is.
All right.
All right. So,
I'm going to speak it over. Say that I can, with my mage hand, just open the door if we want to just try and get a surprise round on it from down here. Alert to us.
Well,
hold on. You guys don't know it yet.
yeah, you
And
guys don't know yet, but
Oh, I
you
thought
guys, where it is, we'll lose our surprise. I mean, I assume that she can look directly at us at this point.
yes, she's outside in front of the door, about 30 feet away from you.
Okay. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a javelin and just throw it at her.
Okay.
And hopefully if it hits, it should be enough to reveal her.
Okay. Roll to hit, since you know where she is.
Can I use my inspiration to not make this a 7?
Yes, you can.
Alright, I got an 18 to hit on that one.
That hits. Give damage.
Alright, I got a 7 damage.
Okay. You hit her with the javelin. It sinks into her thigh, and she appears. You hear her kind of sort of yell in pain, and just kind of cuss under her breath. But it is directly in front of both Raxok and Joe.
Okay.
With the javelin sticking in her leg.
Alright, and I just go, there she is! Found her.
Okay. Why don't you roll for initiative, guys?
Alright. Terrible roll coming up.
12.
8.
8.
Okay.
11.
I'm sorry. So Daniel?
Oh, I'm going first?
No. What's your number?
Oh, 12.
Joe?
8.
8. Bill?
11.
Chris? Or Morgan?
8.
Okay. So we are going to have... Yeah, Daniel, you're going first, buddy.
All right. So I'm gonna... I have a clear shot on her, right?
Yeah,
Just making
she's
sure.
significantly taller than everybody.
Question. Is the javelin made out of metal?
Yes, it is.
I would like to get close, grab the javelin, and use shocking grasp through it.
Okay, roll.
Do you have a problem with that?
Let's just say that one hits, because she's going to find it very odd that you're running towards her trying to grab something. So yeah, let's just say that hits. Roll for damage.
All right, I think it's. Give me a second. $1d8. So.
Okay.
6.
Okay. You go in there and you grab that thing, and that sends this just like bluish white electricity through the javelin and into her leg, and she just kind of jolts, taking 6 points of damage. Next is going to be Bill.
All right. I already said that I had drawn both the long sword and the hand axe in the offhand, so I'm going to use my dual wielding, and I will attack in the general vicinity of where we see the javelin sticking out.
Okay. Roll a hit.
All right, I'm gonna use my inspiration that you gave me on this first roll.
Okay.
That's better. So with the long sword, 11 plus 6 is 17 to hit.
That hits barely, but it hits.
Okay, I'm just going to roll the second attack now, and I'll roll all the damage at once. And the hand axe also 11 plus 6.
Okay, so they both hit. Roll for damage.
All right. So 1d8 and 1d6. Total damage 25.
Whew. Ouch. Okay. Now, what does that look like with both these weapons, Bill? What do you do?
The when I was coming up, I had the long sword kind of out like this in front of me, and then I had the hand axe down like this, and then when the javelin came in so I could see where it was, he sweeps it back this direction and just kind of brings both his arms across the front of her and slices in both directions.
Sweet, sweet. All right, let's go with Morgan.
All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do hold person.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, she just has to make a wisdom saving throw of 14.
Okay.
If not, she gets paralyzed.
She rolled a 9.
So she is paralyzed.
She's paralyzed. How long does it last?
So it lasts for 1 minute.
Okay.
So you pretty much just see me like just with these prayer beads wrapped around my hand and my pike, just praying and just trying to, like, my eyes closed, focused on keeping her still.
And does she get a roll each round?
At the end
At the start of her turn.
turns.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So at the end of each of her turns, she gets to do it.
Okay. Joe, it's your turn.
So I can't. Wait, she's paralyzed, right?
Yep.
Yes, she is paralyzed.
So how does two-weapon fighting work in 5e? Or sneak attack? You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna stab her with a short sword. Try and get a sneak attack in.
Okay. You can roll with advantage. Well, you're not. She sees you. You can't really sneak her. I mean.
Well, no, he has advantage because she's paralyzed.
Right. I say he has advantage. He just can't do a sneak attack.
Well, he gets sneak attack because he has advantage.
Anytime I have advantage, I can sneak attack.
Yeah.
All right. That's fine. Go ahead.
And you automatically get a crit if you hit.
17 plus 21.
That hits. Roll for damage. And you say crits?
Yes, rogues crit when they hit on a sneak attack.
Okay, go.
I just thought it was an extra 2d6.
Just roll your damage and double it. That's just how we're going to run it today.
Um, 17.
Okay. 1 second, I got to do some math here. Bear with me. I suck at math.
I feel your
Okay.
pain. If it wasn't for my iPhone calculator, I wouldn't be able to add 1 and 1 together.
I have a degree in English and a degree in religion. That means I can't add. Anyway. All right, so you do that. She is going to roll again.
Could I
It's
use
her turn.
as a rogue, I can use a cunning action. So can I use a cunning action to go into her shed?
Sure, absolutely.
Since it's a dash action. So.
Okay. Go
Right.
open the door. You're inside. No problem.
Okay.
All right. She rolled a 10 on her check, so she stays paralyzed. We are back to Daniel.
Oh man.
All right.
I'm gonna step a few feet back that way, because I imagine I'm still holding the javelin.
And I think I'm just gonna launch a level 2 witch bolt at her.
And because she's paralyzed, I get advantage?
Yep.
Oh, that's a 20.
Okay. So
Nice.
So
then you're
I
gonna
get
crit,
2d12.
go for it.
I'm gonna spend some sorcery points so I can re-roll this 1.
Okay.
19
Okay.
without critting, so I guess 2 of 19. So, and I'm bad
Okay.
at math. 38.
Regardless, I actually gave her extra hit points, and it didn't matter. You pretty well destroyed her with ease, thanks to paralyzation. She could have one-shotted most of you, but she never got a hit off. So yeah, Daniel, describe to us what this looks like when this witch bolt kills her.
Actually, I'd imagine I'd kind of pull out the javelin and then throw it, and it's pulled with the witch bolt, and it just through her like throat or something.
Okay. So yeah, she kind of, I mean, she's paralyzed, but she's done. She's dead. She just kind of falls to the ground once she's no longer living. The paralyzation doesn't last, and she just kind of lays there, and you can see she's kind of steaming. There's almost steam kind of rising off of her. But what would you like to do?
I'm going to investigate the cabin that I ran into.
I would like to get the chalice over to the hag and attempt to gather up some of the blood from her as well. Not that the mother's tears aren't the correct answer, but let's just hedge our bets and have a little bit of everything ready to go.
Okay. That's fine. Let's take care of that first. You go over. How do you want to get the blood out?
I've still got my hand axe. I'll just. She was obviously in pain when she died, so I'll just take the blood from her throat.
Okay, so you just want to slash her throat and put the chalice under it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you take your hand axe and you slice it across her throat, and when the blood hits the wood in the tree, it starts to sizzle. And if you remember those like alien movies, it's like that, but kind of slower. You can see it kind of bubbling, and but when it goes into the chalice, it doesn't do anything. It just stays there. But you pretty well fill it to the brim, and she is still dead. Joe goes inside, and it's a hag shack. There's bits and pieces of hearts and arms and legs and lungs and just disgusting, festering death. It's how it's decorated. It is basically Charles Manson's wet dream. It is the most disgusting, revolting thing you could imagine, with just festering, maggot-filled meat and organs and skin flayed out from other creatures that she was working on, but nothing really of value that you can really see.
Okay, so there's nothing of use. In that case, I'll just, after doing a quick sweep with investigation, just go down to meet the rest of the party again.
Okay. Now, one thing that does catches your eye, Joe, when you go back out, you, because of your perception, notice a pitch black gem around her neck. And you remember the nursery rhyme. And it said that you needed a black gem. And this, you think that this might be that, what they're asking for.
Okay. I'm going to shout that down to the rest of the party.
Okay. And can you get an Arcana check for me?
$20, unmodified. I mean, modified. Modified.
You notice that this is what they call a heartstone. This heartstone is very common with hags, that it makes them completely immune to disease. This is something that any venerable hag will have with her. But right now it is on a pendant or necklace around her neck. And this is one of the things that Cedric asked you to get.
So then I'm going to say that to the party as I drop down from the tree.
Okay. So we have Raxok with the chalice, the kind of spun glass chalice full of the hag's blood. And what else do we want to do?
Yeah, if we've already killed the hag, we have the chalice. Is there anything that we can use to like put over the chalice so that it doesn't spill out while we're walking?
I hate
Or
to
will
say-
everything just kind of melt?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay. Everyone give me a survival check.
12.
3.
I got a 6.
Raxock got a 17.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Raxock, being the big, burly, kill 'em and eat 'em type, he gets the idea that a hag's blood stays within a hag. So if we chop off some of her skin, we could cap the chalice with her skin.
Hoorah!
What a wonderful thing to do with a divine chalice.
I just thought.
Let's do it. I have a knife.
I cut the hag's head off, reach up through the neck, and hollow out the skull.
Okay.
And then I take it and set it over the top of the chalice.
Are you sure that you want to do that?
Let me remind you that the hag's blood will like melt things. So putting your hand in a thing that can melt things
That's
probably
true.
not the best idea.
So, I think what would happen is like you're about to like just cut her head off, and Morgan's just like, no, wait, hold on, let's just think this over, okay?
Great idea, man. Great idea.
I see what you're thinking, but let's not go all the way. Let's bring it back a little bit.
Just bit off the arm.
No, let's leave her the way she is. Maybe just take enough, just enough, to put over the chalice.
I mean, like, the head idea is good, you know, but, like, we don't want the acidic blood to get all over. I mean,
if you want to take, like, her...
We need that hand to punch wizards in the face, okay?
I mean, thematically, it's beautiful. It's just it doesn't work.
So it was a very
inspiration,
poetic thought, but let's, just get some skin or something to just wrap it up in. Or if you really want to be vicious, just take the body with us.
I was just
You
going to
can
say,
grab
what
the
if-
body. It's full of blood.
is there a way that I think that I could cut the head off the hag?
I mean, if you just want the head, that's fine.
Well, no, I was thinking there's blood in the head. I could dump the chalice out and just carry the head back.
We did need a divine vessel of sorts.
No, I mean I would keep the chalice as well, but if I dump the blood out of the chalice and carry the head,
Let's
You
just
carry the
pop
chalice.
the chalice. Why do we even need this? We got the whole head.
Have
Let's
we
just
made a
cut off
decision,
a
John?
patch of skin, like, around the stomach, and then just, like, I have some string. We could just tie it off at the top. You know, like,
So-
fill it up, tie it
If
around
you
the top.
guys really need to bring this much hag blood just in case,
Yes.
we could just bring the whole hag. Let's just carefully bring her back, right? And they can sort out the details when we get there. Where they want to store a hag, that, whatever, it doesn't matter. We just... This is a dumb conversation. Let's go.
It's been 10 minutes of a dumb conversation right now.
all right.
We got the hag. You want to cut off the head.
Guys.
Let's just. We're just gonna take the whole hag. I'm dumping out the blood, taking the whole hag. We'll figure it out.
Deal.
Who's carrying the hag?
We are pulling her. Like, I don't want anybody to accidentally get burned by hag blood. So she's being dragged.
Before we leave, I would like to make a suggestion that we burn the house down.
As a sorcerer, you're uniquely equipped to do that.
That is very true.
I mean, I don't want another hag coming and be like, oh, there's already a house here.
I mean,
Okay.
to be fair, another hag is going to come here. It's kind of what they do. But
Well, I mean, let's
make
their
it
life
harder
a
for
little
them.
harder.
I agree. Make it harder for them. Burn the thing down.
So no one has any problems? Scorching ray on the house.
Okay.
You want me to roll or anything, or are you just
No.
gonna say it sets on? Okay.
You just burn the fucker down.
You miss the house entirely. You make a forest fire.
My wild
so-
magic kicks in. I
okay, so-
accidentally use fireball.
Who is carrying or dragging the hag?
Well,
I guess.
have an 8 strength, so I'm going to say I can't carry or drag.
Okay, so
I'll
the-
make a litter. I'll make a litter out of a couple of pieces of couple of good-sized pieces of wood, and I'll drag the hag behind me because I have an 18 strength. So
There you go. He's gonna do that.
It's about dusk or a little bit later. It's gonna going through the bog and the swamp and everything. It's gonna take you a little while, but you could probably get out of the marsh by morning. If you leave now, you could probably get out by morning and be back to Copperfill by probably midday, maybe a little bit late morning if you use the horses that you left at the.
Yeah, so let's do that.
yeah,
Okay.
let's hustle.
All right. So we're same thing. We are back at the city. The same guard looks at you, and you ever see that movie Independence Day? He goes to check your shit in the back. He's like, you can't bring that in here, and you're like, no, I'll just leave this with you. And he goes, no, just pass. And so you can't.
The DM
So,
takes
again-
inspiration.
So you get let's thank Will Smith for that. And so same thing. You have 2 guards escort you all the way up through the marketplace. Everyone is staring as you drag this corpse of this hag through the thing. She is bleeding, and it's kind of dropping throughout places and leaving little marks and burn scorch marks in the stone.
They're gonna have to recobble the roads.
And you guys get up to the noble's house, and you open the door, and you basically just you see Cade, and you see Cedric, and you see Lord and Lady Canier at the door,
Could I talk
and
to them?
they just are in awe that you brought the body of this hag.
Hey, we killed it. See? Right there.
We take it to the bottom of the steps of this guy's palace, but we do not drag it up the steps and into his house. And as I drop the litter there, I look at him and I say, "Integrity," and I walk past him.
What a man!
Oh, the greatest.
So basically, this
Oh,
game has
man.
become a public service announcement for being nice to people. Excellent.
Unless
This
they're
is
a hack.
in the evenings, kids. So, okay, so Cedric goes over, and he snatches the gem off of the pendant around her neck. Okay, and he asks, "Have you found a vessel?"
And yeah, I offer him the chalice.
You may want to wash it out first.
Yeah, please don't put your hand in it.
Okay.
Please do.
And he grabs it, and he takes just a small dagger out of his robe, and he Hold on a second. Daniel, I need to mute you. Whatever you're doing, it sounds like you're doing dishes, bro. I'm muting you. He takes his dagger and he just kind of, digs it into her and just fills the entire chalice with the blood, all the way up to the brim. And he takes the heartstone and he drops it into the chalice, and it starts to fizzle and it starts to bubble. And he says, what about the final piece? You've gotten the vessel, you've gotten the essence, you've gotten the heartstone. What about the love shed? What is that?
No, we told you to get the mother's tears, man.
He just kind of looks at you funny. I was still a little groggy the last time we spoke, and then he smiles, and half of his teeth are missing. He goes, maybe you can refresh my memory.
Well, we need the mother's tears. The mom, she was crying. We need that.
The love of our mother shed in pain. We believe that to be the tears of her mom.
Yeah.
And
Is she still crying? It might be easier if she's still crying.
I can make her cry.
That's true. He could definitely make her cry if that's necessary. But I would like it if she was already crying.
Hey, before we do anything rash, let me talk.
Listening.
Oh,
she's standing right
she's
there.
probably not still crying then.
She's not crying. Matter of fact, she looks a little pissed, and she looks over at the half orc, like, yeah, and she kind of covers her mouth like, But she takes the chalice though. She does take it, and she walks over, and she says, "You all need to follow me." And you go back in. They close the oak door bit behind you. You navigate through the difficult terrain that is the shattered door from yesterday. And you still have
like an entire palace full of like.
Full of what?
Don't they have an entire palace full of like servants? In a day.
Not today. Today the whole area is kind of calm because they don't want people there. You still see the two men in the sigils concentrating, keeping her shackled, keeping Miranda shackled. But you see that Miranda has changed. Her hair has gone white and long. Her facial features have become elongated, her nose and her chin. Her hands and her arms have gone green, and they've kind of developed claws. And she's sitting there staring at everyone as they walked in with jet black eyes. There's no pupils. There's nothing, just jet black. And she has this little smile or smirk on her face. And just as this happened, you can notice her doing something with her left hand. And she motions with her left hand. And one of the pieces of wood from the floor flies up and whacks one of these guys in the gray robe on the head. When this happens, the covering, the magical covering that was muffling her mouth, goes away. He regains his composure and keeps the shackles, but the one on her mouth is gone now.
Could I do mage?
What?
Could I do mage hand just to cover her mouth?
Does it block sound?
Does it?
I wouldn't know. I never thought of that.
Well, he could close her mouth.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. No, that's fine. Sure. Let's do that.
I think there's only 10 pounds of strength available in a mage hand, but holding her lips together might be. I don't know if that would work or not.
Yeah, no, that worked. That worked. I've never seen mage hand used like that, but why not? So yeah, absolutely, Joe. You can do that and keep her from saying anything. But she's going to look at her mother, who's holding this chalice, and there's just something is going to just reach her mother. Her mother is basically beside herself, and she will actually begin to cry again. And when you see this, the orc goes over and makes sure that that chalice catches a tear or two. And when this happens, it starts to bubble and fizz, and it's not that red color anymore. It's more of a black, purplish thing. And the mother walks over to Cedric and says, "What do I do with this?" And he looks at her and said, "The rhyme says to make her drink every drop. I believe it said that is the only way that this nightmare will stop." And she just kind of nods, and she goes over and looks over at Joe and asks him to remove the hand keeping her mouth closed.
Instead of closing it, I'm going to open it all the way so that it's easier.
Okay.
So I could try to cast Hold Person on her again. That way she can't like spit any of it out.
Okay. Why don't you roll for me? Or actually, no, she needs to roll. What is it, DC 14?
Yep, DC 14.
She rolled a 16. That was unsuccessful.
Okay. I tried.
When her mother comes over there and he's got her mouth open, and that divine vessel, that divine chalice of glass touches her lips, everything that is inside that chalice almost instantly goes down into her mouth, into her throat. It's not even something she needs to swallow. It just goes in. And she starts to kind of convulse and kind of jump up and down, in her shackled state. Things are flying throughout the room. Both of the men in gray robes are basically battered by the wood on the floor and furniture, and all the shackles stop, and the small hag now, almost levitates and to a standing position, and she just looks at all of you and smiles, and she said, in this kind of witchy, cackly voice, "It was so nice of you to try so hard. It will be a pleasure devouring all of you." And she just kind of does this little eeny, meeny, miny, mo thing. And she stops at her mother. And as she kind of levitates, she gets slowly closer to her mother, and no one else can move. You guys, for some reason, you're unable to move. But her mother still has that chalice in her hand. And when she gets close enough, her mother gets scared, and she holds up the chalice, and it actually touches her. And at this point, through her eyes, her nose, and her mouth, this kind of ethereal black substance just it's like it's getting drawn out. The chalice comes out of her hand and levitates in the center of the room, maybe 3 or 4 feet off the ground, just to the foot of the bed. And she's just standing there, just screaming, as it looks like this evil is drawn out of her body. And the chalice is spinning, and it's shining, and it's sparkling. And as the final bits of this blackness enter that chalice, you look back at Miranda, and she looks normal again, and she falls onto the bed. But that chalice is still spinning, and it goes to the ground and just sits there. And you see kind of a faint ethereal form appear right near it. You can't really make it out except to see that it is a very large human, a very muscular human, with a very large blacksmith's hammer. And that form looks at everyone individually and nods as if to give favor. And he takes that hammer and raises up over his head and smashes that chalice into 1,000,000 pieces. And off in the distance, you hear like a scream, like a cry of an old woman, and everything stops. That ethereal form dissipates. The child is back to normal, and that mark of Shar that was on her back is no longer there. The mother and the father sit in tears, just bawling that they can't believe that this worked. Cedric can't believe that this worked, and they all kind of look at all of you and say, "You have our thanks. If there's anything that you need, or we could ever do for you, we are in your debt, and we are in the debt of the Copper Jackals. Is there anything I can do for you?" The Lord says. Is that a no?
I think not
So-
at the moment, but I will hold you to it later.
At the moment, I'll say there is 2 things you can do for me. You could point me in the direction of the Copper Jackals. So I haven't actually. I don't know if we found them yet, but that's what I would like. That's where I would like to go to. I've been looking for them. I don't know if they'll still accept this copper smash thing, but that's the first thing. And the second thing is to please make sure that your daughter, your baby daughter, does not get abducted again. Like, maybe you should have another nanny.
He nods and says he'll take that under advisement. But he asks you if he can see that copper piece, that copper ore.
So I take it out and hand it to him.
He looks at it, and he kind of examines it, and he feels the weight. He even kind of bites on it, and his eyes get really big. And he said, "You're worried that the Copper Jackals, or you won't be able to find them. I can promise you, with treasure like this, they'll find you. Let's just say I thought this was a myth. And is this what you all have, or is this just your piece?"
I don't know.
I
But you're
pull
doing
mine
that
out and
thing
show it
again.
to him as well.
I raise mine.
He looks at all of them, and he smiles, just this biggest grin, and he was like, "If these were given to you as initiates, they have all the faith in your potential. Given what I've seen today and the things that you have done for me and my family, one day you will certainly be worthy of what you hold."
I feel like we had an agreement that you wouldn't be vague anymore.
This is not something that I know. This is something that I might, let's say, there are legends of ore like this. I've never seen it. I've only heard about it. But this looks like copper, but it's not. What it is, I cannot tell you. I don't know. But what I can tell you is that it's very special, and that it is very important that you get this to the Jackals. As far as where they are, I can tell you to head east from here. But if I know them at all, and I do, they will certainly find you when they meet you. And with that, he says, "But for now, I will bid you farewell, and I will spend some time with my family. You are welcome to stay in my city as long as you wish. But for today, I bid you farewell. And he walks away with his family. He turns around, yes?
You said you owe me a favor, right?
Yes.
Have you had a son yet?
He just shakes his head.
I just want you to name him after me. I realize how bad that sounds now that I've said it.
Oh man, I almost feel like my character would just be laughing and like in character, just like dying. Like, but seriously though, could you like spare the 4 horses that we used to get here?
That will be fine. You guys are more than welcome to the horses.
Cool. So, since we're all looking for the copper jackals together, let's head east.
He says again, I bid you. I would recommend that you stay a day or two to gain your strength, but I wish you all the best. And you will always have a safe haven here in my city. Farewell. And that's it. We're done.
Woo!
So, all right. Let me stop the broadcast for a second, guys. Then I want to talk to everybody. Just give me a minute. Again, thanks everybody for playing, and I will be posting some more videos soon.